Hello, everyone, and good morning, and welcome to the University Esports Masters, brought to you by Amazon. I'm Antulio, and I'm here with my co-caster for the Clash Royale tournament, Baha. Good morning, Baha.
Good morning. I'm very excited. It is always really fun to watch some Clash Royale. Let's see what we will have today.
So we've got the lots of best of fives in the tournament.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very long, relatively long day, especially for broadcast, but especially for the players, especially if you go down to that lower bracket, which we'll get to very soon. But first off, talking through University Esports Masters, it is a pan-continental competition for university students, as many of you may know, who have come from their respective national university competitions. So, like for Britain, we have Null. So quite a few players from there representing their countries, representing their universities. 21 countries at the moment, more than 1,000 universities, many different languages on their broadcasts. And it's the best of the best. So I'm looking forward to it being fantastic. And pretty hyped for it. How are you feeling? You excited for it?
Yeah, like always, because it is always nice to have international competitions. Like you support your country, you see different players from different universities that they wouldn't meet otherwise. And like Clash Royale, it is really short and it is very exciting. In the highest level, one mistake can cost the game. And it is always very tense. Like you do the attacks, you defend, you have the counter attacks. Is it left, right? You need to predict what the opponent's gonna use. And like when I'm watching it, it is always a rush.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And I mean, hopefully we'll get a lot of that today. We've got so much action, and it's always good fun. But if you want more, especially from University of Sports Masters, make sure you do check out the socials. You can see them below: Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook for much more information on this tournament, future tournaments, and obviously all other esports. But obviously, we mentioned the going to the calendar, I guess, talking about the other tournaments. Might as well go to that. We have Rocket League. Talking about some of them, fantastic. You love watching cars hit footballs and scoring goals. Check some of that. They are absolutely fantastic players, very talented, always good fun. We've got Valorant, League of Legends, as well as Teamfight Tactics. A lot of action packs throughout the month of May. So make sure you don't miss out on that, as it's looking to be fantastic, I think.
Yeah, like also that cards and hitting balls, it is really difficult to hit those balls with cards. Like everyone who has played Rocket League before knows all these games are really exciting. I love watching them, and I actually play all of them as well. So
Yeah.
I will also be looking forward to all those games, and I think it is going to be really fun. Also today, our format is, I think, really amazing, Anthony. I don't know what you think, but like all the card games, the problem with card games, they always use the same decks, and it might get boring to see the same deck every single time. So today, our format is every single player is going to bring 3 unique decks. Unique decks meaning that they cannot contain the same card that the other decks have. And if they win with a deck, they cannot use it anymore. And all the games except the grand final will be best of fives. And about the grand final, we'll talk about it more. What do you think about this format, Anthony?
It's fantastic. I love it. We were talking before the broadcast, actually. It's one issue with Clash Royale is, or at least I find on ladder, consistent use of the same decks the whole cycle over and over again gets boring. Here, it really shows that you need a diverse and adaptable knowledge of these cards throughout the game. So it should be very interesting to see quite what decks are brought out and what are used in the meta at the moment. And I'm looking forward to it. It's looking to be very good. But to hopefully explain the format a bit better, I believe we do have a video for that.
Yeah, we do have a video.
The most prestigious university esports competition in the world has arrived. Over the coming months, Amazon University Esports Masters will provide opportunities for the best university players across Europe to test their skills in international competition and make lasting connections with other players across the region. In 2023, 17 countries in Europe will participate in a UEM, plus the Middle East and North Africa, which will also be included in the playoff phase. In this video, we will introduce the format of the competition. There are two types of games that will be run in a UEM. Team games, like League of Legends.
I wasn't sure. I don't want to just start
Valorant,
talking and like
single-player
already
games,
still on
like
like.
Teamfight Tactics and Clash Royale. For team games, a UEM is divided into 5 phases. Local qualifiers, playoff qualifiers, the last chance qualifier, playoffs, and the grand final. Single-player games are similar, but they will bypass the playoff qualifier and last chance qualifier phases. All players who have qualified from their local qualifier will go directly to the playoffs phase. Local qualifiers are the core of AUEM. Throughout the academic year, local qualifiers are organised in each country to decide which teams will represent that country in AUEM. The qualifying teams from the local qualifiers will compete against other teams from around Europe in the playoff qualifier. This is a double elimination bracket, with the final 6 teams progressing to the playoffs. For teams who don't qualify for the playoffs at the first try, all is not lost. The last chance qualifier itself is a double elimination bracket. This means that teams who lose a game will still have a chance to qualify for the playoffs through a lower bracket. The final 2 teams from this phase will take the remaining 2 slots in the playoffs. The 6 qualifiers from the playoff qualifier will be joined by the 2 qualifiers from the last chance qualifier to make up the final 8 competitors in the playoffs. There are no second chances. These playoffs are a single elimination bracket and the competitors are playing for a place in the grand finals. The location, along with even more exciting news about AUEM 2023, will be revealed soon. To be the first to hear announcements and learn more about Amazon University Esports Masters, follow our Twitter and check out our website.
So pretty cool format, very interesting, and should be a bit of a slog if you do go through that lower bracket. But anyway, we're going to be looking at the prize pool right now, which is very cool for a fantastic these fantastic group of players. 700 euros for the prize pool. First place getting 400, second getting 200, and third getting 100, which is fantastic for Clash Royale. It's genuinely good. Any thoughts at all on that, Baha?
Yeah, that's really good. Like, the thing is, the format is fair and the prize pool is like really good, which is a recipe for an amazing tournament. I am looking forward to all the games we cast today, and I'm actually really excited. Let's see what's going to happen. And I think let's check our bracket. Our bracket is also like really well designed, I think. Any players that you know or recognize on the bracket, Anthony?
Mush, as if I believe it's the same person, which I'm pretty sure he is, used to go by Mushroom, formerly, or has previously obviously played in Null, casted a few times for some of the games he's played, and very talented player, and we'll have to see quite how he matches up within the sort of scale of the European tournament. Saint Belican, I don't know, and I believe he's relatively new, so it should be interesting to see quite how he gets on, but some of the rest of them, I don't think I've heard of. Any sort of familiar names to you?
I believe X Jabuz from Portugal is actually a winner of a previous season of this tournament, so that's a name to watch. And also, it's Matteo from Italy is also a name to watch. Those 2 players are actually on my radar, so let's see about those. I think they might have success today. Okay,
so any predictions, I guess, straight off, if there's anyone you want to say will win? Because obviously it's Matteo and Jebus. If they win their respective games, they'll be, meeting in round 3. Do you any predictions at all for the whole tournament? I know that's a very, big call to go for.
Yeah, I think it's Matteo is one of the high players on my list. And Jebus, I think, will lose to Matteo and go to the lower bracket, but I think they might meet at the final again. But in the final, everything can happen. The upper bracket player has a big advantage, as we saw on the video. But it doesn't matter that it doesn't mean that it's over. Do you have any predictions? Are you rooting for Mushroom?
In terms of favorites, I guess I would agree with you. Like, it's Matteo. In terms of his reputation, I guess, and his accomplishments, he's got a lot up there, right? He's allegedly top 142 in ladder in the world, which is crazy. One of the best players in the world, literally here in this tournament, and just by that alone, you want to say him as a favorite and likely for him to go far. But as you said, also he's actually won his respective university Amazon University sort of competition twice. So yeah, in terms of that, you've got to say you've got to be feeling for him, but also as you said, anything can happen. It's Clash Royale. Anyone can come out of the woodwork, and there's quite a few players throughout the bracket that have just come out of nowhere and are fantastic. So it's going to be very interesting to see quite how they play against these new guys and the old guys, how they clash. And as a mushroom, I mean, I'm going to be repping him, right? I'm going to be supporting him. He's a guy who I've seen around for quite a while. University of Bath quite close to me, so you know I'm going to be supporting him, hoping that he does well. And I guess Saint Pelican as well, also British. I mean, I'm British, you're going to support the Brits, right? If not, yeah, it should be quite fun to see. Also, as another name to mention, Marius, I believe, is an underdog. One of the guys I was talking about, or mentioning something. He's he's come out of the woodwork out of nowhere, but also beat one of the #1 seeds, I think. So he's yeah, should be interesting to watch and quite see how this bracket plays out. And as you said about the lower brackets, someone could lose, go down to the bracket, work their way through, and then come back up again. You know, it's anyone's game. It really is.
I also have another favorite in this tournament as well, Davide Rooney. I think it's like I'm also rooting for Rooney. I believe he's also a good player, and we'll see. Our first game that we'll spectate is going to be between John and Saint Pelican. So I think you are rooting for John.
I'd say Saint Pelican personally. Well, I mean, how do you say that? Actually, yeah, I did say it before. Saint Pelican on the one hand, British, University of Nottingham, you know, CRL champ from 2018 and also 2018, 2019. I think it was Game Police Malaga winner. So overall, pretty good player. But also, yeah, John, he's a chemist. I'm a chemist. So I think it's gonna be an interesting matchup, and I think I'm gonna be happy either way. As long as we get good Clash Royale, good gameplay coming through, I'm gonna be happy. You got any predictions for this?
I don't have any predictions for this, but I am going to be rooting for Saint Pelican because you are going to root for John. No, I'm just kidding. But I believe, I don't know those players really well, but I'll just say Saint Pelican because I like his name more. John is just John.
He's just John. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, that's understandable. It should be good, right? You've got to be hypothetical, if that's a word, right? To me, to see who can win and up these stakes. But after that game, in terms of the broadcast, we'll be bringing one of your favorites, David E. Rooney, him versus the winner of Eddie versus Daniel. So yeah, that should be fun to see because, as I say, David E. Rooney, he's again relatively favourite. Has done quite well, so it should be interesting to see. But obviously, that is after this one, and what, best of 5? Any predictions on the decks that are being brought out? I'm assuming we're going to see the hog cycle as always. You mentioned that again just before the broadcast.
Yeah. So instead of like deck predictions, I'm going to talk about the cards that we'll probably see. We are going to see logs everywhere. Like, I don't think there are any players who doesn't use logs, fireballs, arrows, probably graveyard as well in their decks. We'll see decks like that. There are some different decks that work together, like Hog Rider Earthquake, and there are like Royal Giant decks that might be really difficult if you are matched with them. And like if you are using a swarm deck and the enemy has a lot of AoE and God forbid some big AoE damagers, as I said, it's really difficult to play. So deck matchups is very important. Predicting the enemy's deck is very important. And like I just am very annoyed with Monk, man. Like I talked to you about this before the broadcast. We'll see the Monks and it will be very annoying.
Yeah, but as we do get into our first matchup, the first game, we do have John 77 versus Saint Pelican Spain versus Great Britain. And we do kick it off with a nice barb barrel taking on guards, and guards to counter the guards in a, well, I guess relatively slow start.
Yeah, the classic, and the logs here as well. Oh, interesting use of wall breakers, I don't really see them a lot nowadays, but yeah, the furnace is very widely used and so is Phoenix. Right now the players are just testing ground and there are some chip damage with poison. Spells are very important in high level of play because of the chip damage that they can deal, which is really important because as we talked about this, these games in Clash Royale high stakes games, they usually go to the late game. And we have a super duper miner here. There is a tactic with the miner. You send them left and you transport him to the right. But I think John is ready for that. And he sends the lumberjack on the right lane.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see quite how it plays out. And, well, it doesn't do exactly as you say. He drops the bomb, goes across to the other side, but doesn't really do too much. The guards, they're well prepped against that. And another furnace is dropped. Miner coming in not to counter it, but actually to do chip damage to that tower. Poison as well to accompany it, and he does a little bit of chip damage, just a nice amount, and also does take down that furnace. So nicely played from St. Belican. And I think that's one of the things, as you say, about the decks, right, is that chip damage, it would depend if they're going for chip damage or if they're going for the massive pushes. And at the moment, it looks like both of these decks are going to be chip damage. As wall breakers are dropped, guards are trying to counter them, and they do take them down. Lumberjack here to support them too, and the push somewhat falls flat for St. Belican.
Exactly. The deck with the more chip damage is St. Belican, so John has a responsibility to push hard in a lane. But like, I don't know how he can do it. He needs to have a good push with the lumberjack, and there is a huge another poison damage and miner on the left lane, and St. Belican is hitting left and right, and there is not enough force from John to defend himself, but there's a Royal Giant push coming in the left lane. But the tower actually counters him, and the miner is very good against high HP targets. So that push also falls flat.
And one of the things I was thinking of is that we haven't seen quite a few of the cards. We still haven't seen one of John's cards, which is, well, we're waiting for it to come out and it still hasn't come out. We see the Royal Giant, we see obviously the Bomb Tower to counter that. Nicely played back from St. Belican. And as you say, that miner certainly doing a lot of damage to that Royal Giant to take him down. And we continue just to chip away here. At the moment, it is St. Belican. He does have the advantage on both towers. Both of John's are down to 2,000 HP now. And currently, if it stays at this rate, we've got 1 minute and 45 left. It looks like Saint is going to take this one just by this little bit of damage, unless something changes for John.
Everything can change. One mistake by St. Belican, and what happens is one mistake by John, St. Belican, and what happens is John has a big push right now, and that big push is, I think, is happening. There will be rage, and there are many users, but guards, I think, will be countering that push as well. Royal Giant will get a hit, but that hit is not enough, and the left power is looking not so hot right now.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all. That Musketeer went through and has been firing away at it, pounding away. Now it's down to 935 HP. And at the moment, John just doesn't have any answer. He's sending that Lumberjack in. He's sending the Royal Giant through, but he just can't really break through and do a lot of damage. He got a few hits off onto the right tower, but again, it's just not able to take it down. And with 50 seconds left, time is running out for John in this matchup. It is a best of 5 though, so he can just reset and come forward with the next one. And it looks like he'll have to do that as he's trying to push again. He's got the Royal Giant on the right side. He's got 2 Phoenixes and a Lumberjack on the left side, continuing to push. And now he sticks a Royal Giant on the left side, and it looks like he may actually be able to break through here.
This is the last stand of John. Like, he's trying to push so hard on the left side, but all St. Belican has to do is defend, and defending in this game is not that difficult if you know that you are going to win. And right now he's counter pushing with the miner, and he destroys the tower actually. And he doesn't win on time. He wins by a crown.
That's so close right at the end. Obviously, John with that counter push almost breaking through and doing so much damage. But I think just throughout all of the early game, the first 2 minutes was just, it was too much, right? St. Belican just did all that chip damage, and then right at the end, wall breakers, they're so slippery. I don't think John just had enough elixir, enough time to drop down the guards to kill them. One of them slips through, boom, so much damage, and I mean, that's the game, right? That's the game in the end.
But I do believe there is a deck difference here. St. Belican just had a deck that actually was really good against John's deck, and John just didn't have enough answers to him, but as the format dictates, he will not be able to use the same deck again or any of the cards from that deck. So I'm really curious about if Saint Pelican is going to change decks, what deck he's going to change to, and if John is going to change decks or not. We will be going to the next game really soon, but we did see that. We talked about it before the broadcast. Chip damage is very important in high format because if your tower is lower HP hit points than the enemy tower, what happens is you get scared, you get nervous, you try to make big pushes, which can be punished more easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it can be sort of exploited, right? It can.
Yes.
It's that risk, right? And if you do get low, like if you're playing against a chip deck and you are the big push deck, with in that deck there, you've got to, I think, just sort of hold off the push so you don't lose a tower, and then be confident in your own abilities in your own deck. Yeah, I've lost 2,000 HP on my tower, but I'm going to take his tower with this push. But then you have to make sure you do take the tower, which obviously John couldn't quite break through to do. So an unfortunate matchup there, but as you say, St. Pelican can't use any of those, any of the cards again. He can't use Log, he can't use Poison, can't use Wallbreaker, can't use Musketeer, Guards, or Miner. And obviously Mighty Miner and Bomb Tower, the final ones. But Miner, Wallbreakers, they're quite versatile cards, they're quite common cards. So we're going to have to see quite what he brings out, if he continues to go with chip damage, if so, with what cards, or if he just changes up and goes for a massive push with, I don't know, Golem or Electro Titan.
Oh,
Giant,
he goes with the Cage. To start, Cage is a very good card to start because you don't really commit anything and you don't have to leak any elixir. And there comes the little robots, and the Phoenix is answered. As I said, like, I don't really like Phoenix, but oh, there is the Golden Knight, and is he going to use the ability? No, there comes the Skeleton Giant, and his bomb is actually going to stop this push completely, I'm guessing. And okay, there's the Ghost King. See, oh, Phoenix spawned. Actually, that is really good for Saint Pelican, and he will be able to get some damage. Oh, there comes a Tornado that activate the King Tower, and that is always really good. Tornado is amazing to use, and if you can use it to activate your King Tower, it is always really good. And he did bring a spell to hit the towers from afar, Anthony.
Yeah, he's brought along that lightning, and I think he was trying to do a bit of damage onto the tower, but with that giant skeleton being brought out, obviously it did a bit of damage, but not too much. And I mean, previously we've seen giant skeleton quite a lot with the ability just to sort of soak up all the damage and allow flying machine and the mini Teslas to do damage in the meantime, and then obviously when he dies, he drops that massive bomb, he does so much damage, but it didn't quite work out. St. Pelican had that goblin, had the Phoenix there to arise from his egg, and it isn't ideal, but we do see another card brought out. It is the mirror, and it is the flying machine being used with that mirror card, who's looking to go through and trying to attach him to the tower, but instead a Fire Spirit is dropped, and instead he'll lock onto that the knight, the champion, and instead he'll do a bit of damage to that, and he'll get actually taken down by the fisherman.
Exactly. The thing is, Flying Machine is very good for John because Saint Pelican doesn't have an answer for the Flying Machine in his deck. So this push is actually huge for Saint Pelican. Electro Giant comes from John, and he's going to stopping it, but the Hulk gets dropped on the left lane, and they will do massive damage to the left turret. But there is a small push coming in the right side, but I think it's not going to be enough, and left turret got hit by a big amount of damage with those hogs. If the enemy has hogs, you might get destroyed if you use your elixir on the wrong lane. And the Electro Giant is coming again, but 2 Skeleton Giants is going to be used to counter him. And Electro Giant, if he reaches the turret, and Fisherman is the biggest counter for the Electro Giant or any giants in general. Actually, there is a pressure coming from the left and the right lane for John, and he's going to try to defend on the right lane right now. That, as I said, Electro Giant, if he reaches your turrets, they just get destroyed. And a really good tornado usage from Saint Pelican, and the Phoenix reached the left turret, but as I said, I never think he does a lot of damage. Right now, oh, the Hogs get drop again. Does he have any answer for it? Yes, the cage is here, which will block them. And the Bomberman will stop the Hogs this time from reaching the turret. But they do still get some damage to the turret. There's the tornado here again. And the Electro Giant will be stopped once again before reaching the turret. But the left tower of John actually got a lot of damage from that push on the left lane. This is a very exciting game, Anthony, actually, but there's this big push on the right lane. The Hogs actually reach the tower and they are hitting them, but there is no answer to them. Golden Knight does not have an AoE damage, and the right tower of Saint Pelican is actually 900 HP. And as things stand, John is actually winning, and he has a big push on the right lane. He's about to win. 400 damage, 300, 140, and the tower drops. This was so exciting. They fought on both lanes.
Dual pushes, just both sides from both players, right? John's HP on his towers down to 1100 and 1600 on the left and right respectively, and then both of the towers for St. Pelican, obviously one of them eventually going down to 0. That flying machine just locking onto it. It could have been anyone's game. It really could have at any point. There was some lovely pushes from St. Pelican coming through with that Electro Giant, but beautiful counters from John. You've got to give that to him. The fisherman just pulling him across, the mini Teslas, the Zappies. They're called Zappies, aren't they?
Yeah.
Great name, love it.
Yeah.
It's very nicely done, but then obviously the tornadoes try and counter that, but just not quite working for St. Pelican. Instead, it's John who comes through, and he dropped those Royal Hogs that were just doing so much damage with the flying machine. The range is just so spectacular, and that constant chipping away at it. And I think you can just sort of see it, or at least I could sort of feel it, just the pressure building up. He dropped them on one side, then he drops the Royal Ghost on the other, then he drops the flying machine, and then he drops the the fisherman, and he's just countering it, constantly putting pressure, pushing through, doing damage wherever he wants, and eventually the dam broke, and he broke through, and well, very nicely played from John. A very good comeback for him, and exactly what he needed in this game to bring it level 1-1 in this best of 5.
Exactly. Flying Machine is either the best card or the worst card, depending on your enemy. And this game, it was one of the best cards, and he kept those Hogs really well hidden until the moment that they should be released. And he really did find those angles. He used the Fisherman really well. He used the Hogs. He used the Flying Machine. And like really interestingly, he used the mirror really well as well.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
most of the time, you don't really see the mirror being used this effectively. But it was used, and we are going to the next game, and let's see what they are bringing out this time.
Yeah, as you say, mirror is not exactly much of a common card. We don't really see it much at all at this sort of high level yet. Utilized very well, but well, we couldn't see it anymore, not from him at least, as he can't use it anymore. It is banned. What, sorry?
Golden Use ability was used. Oh, there's the lightning.
Yeah, it's well, nicely played from John so far, but it looks like St. Pelican's going for the exact same deck. He's bringing out the Phoenix, bringing out the Royal Knight, and but the Electro Giant as well being brought out, looking to charge all the way through, and instead distracted by a furnace. We'll have to see quite how this does play out.
The reason is Electro Giant is countered by the Fisherman a lot, but this time there is no Fisherman in John's deck. We know that because he used it. So that's why I think he went for the same deck, and he needs to get a good push with the Electro Giant to just destroy a tower, and he will be up 2-1. And we are seeing John using the first deck he used in the first game. With the guards, Lumberjack. Let's see, this is the battle of the losing decks. Let's see which losing deck was stronger. There is the lightning again, which is a really powerful ability, and the Bite of the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's a bit of chip damage to that right tower, but obviously lightning not the strongest for just one shot onto the tower, whereas those fire spirits coming all the way through, doing a lot of damage on the left, as the Royal Giant comes through on the right side and only gets one shot off, does eventually get taken down, but there's still quite a few cards left to take the fight. The Royal Champion looking to try and do damage, and he will take down the guards, and at least the, well, quite a few spirits. As only one hit does go through on the right tower, and so far it's looking like John is in relative control, and we'll have to see quite how St. Pelican does play to counter this. Obviously, he does have that lightning in his hand ready to use, and he may use that to try and take down any cards in the furnace. The Electro Giant can go straight through and do damage straight onto the tower if he does get there.
He's trying to build a big push on the right lane because that's where he got some damage. So he needs to destroy the tower to actually win. But John is doing a really good job defending. He's using the Phoenix. He's using every single resource he has. And while defending, he's using smaller and smaller units on the left lane to chip at the left tower of St. Pelican. Which, as I said, when your tower is lower HP than the enemy, you feel nervous and you are more prone to make mistakes. And there is the Phoenix egg, which will be broken. And right now, this time, he's going from the left. He's sent the Golden Knight from the left lane, but I think he'll just fall there. And there is another Electro Giant, and the furnace is this time destroyed. This push, I think, might work, but there is another furnace. John is actually playing this pretty well.
Yeah, I think that chip damage on the left side, the left tower, is going to be a massive difference maker for John, but also that lightning chipping away at the right side. And as I say that, John decides to do lightning on the left side as Fire Spirit getting through as well, and now he has the advantage. With a minute and a quarter left on the clock, he's looking like he's in charge, but that could change on a dime. The push is looking to, or mini push at least, is looking to come through on the left. The Royal Champion's taken down, but the Electro Giant on the right side is coming through. This time he's not going to look onto the furnace though. He's going to continue to push through, and he will get at least 1-2 zaps onto the tower, but no punches through, and continuously John is still in control. As we get to the last minute of gameplay, triple elixir, and it's looking like it could be anyone's game.
Exactly, both giants are dropped on the right lane. Let's see which giant will be able to reach the tower first. Both giants are distracted by different buildings. But I think the Royal Giant with the Rage is going to get a couple hits in, but only one hit, and it's not enough because it's the wrong tower. I think at the end, both players will be praying to Thor because it's going to end in thunder. Let's see, Giant, and the first thunder hits. It's 1300 HP, and the Royal Giant is dropped on the left lane. It's going to start pushing, but it's distracted by the thunder gets dropped on the left tower. It's low HP. Tornado stops the Royal Giant from pushing, but there's only 5 seconds left. Another thunder.
God.
Oh my god! 1000 damage on the right tower.
Oh my god! I thought John had that, or St. Pelican had that, and then John, after that lightning, took the victory, or took at least charge. And then that lightning right at the last second, you can just see St. Pelican spamming his cards to get them down, and then just to let off that lightning right at the end, just to take the victory. We said it was going to be close, and that's close. That's pretty much as close as you can get, right? In terms of gameplay, that one single lightning strike on the tower just did it. If John perhaps I don't know, a bit of foresight, which you can see it say in hindsight now, if he would have dropped a few high HP cards, you would have needed quite a few HP cards around that tower. Yeah. He could have tried to offset the lightning, but I don't think that would have been possible. And that's so close. Well played by both players, but that is St. Pelican taking the victory and, well, going up 2-1 now.
Yeah, these are the games that we love, like back and forth. As I said, like this game did end in thunder because that's what it was going to be. The pushes were being defended masterfully by both players. So in the end, what happens is you send your spell, you hope for the best. And those last hits, that last cycle that came in the last second was actually enough for St. Pelican to get the victory. And it's 2-1. But this time, 10 cards are used by St. Pelican, and he needs to come up with 10 new cards that we haven't seen before. And most of the meta cards that are used, I think it's time for the Monk.
We'll have to see if that card is brought out, because obviously there is, as you say, 20 meta cards now used up for St. Pelican. We can't see, well, the Electro Giant brought out again. We can't see the Lightning or the Phoenix brought out again. And obviously we can't see the cards from the first deck, the Miner, the Wall Breakers, the Mighty Miner. So we're not going to see any of those again from St. Pelican. We'll have to see quite what he can come up with and quite what he can use. And we said again before the broadcast, balancing is quite good in this game, I think, in my opinion at least. And obviously, I guess with yours as well. So there's a lot of cards that he can choose from, but it's about choosing the correct cards for the deck that all have great chemistry. You could say for John being a chemistry major. Even though the same Bellican we're talking about, it works. You're gonna have to see what cards he can bring together and what works well. And then obviously a massive thing in this is the deck matchup. See what he can bring that's new and novel against John. And then obviously also the choice for John, if he continues to go with that deck again, has he lost twice with now, I think?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. He lost with this deck 2 times. Do you think
so is he going to go with that again? Or is he going to go with something new? Like what's the choice? What do you think? Any ideas on what he's going to go? Is it if that were you, what would you do if you've lost with that deck twice? It's your favorite deck maybe, but you've lost with it twice. Are you going for it again?
Let me say this. Yeah, this deck is not a bad deck. Yeah, he did go with the same deck again. That's what I was going to say. This is not a bad deck. So, I think I would just go with this deck again and hope like he has run out of good cards. But yeah, he still has the Flying Machine, Saint Pelican, and he has the Ghost King. And let's see.
It looks like Saint Pelican's come out with the actual deck that John used to beat him in the second game.
Yes, he did actually. Yeah, it does look like it's almost the same deck. We still haven't seen 4 cards, and I think John is missing 1 or 2 cards from that deck. But yeah, it is very similar. Let's see, both players are right now waiting for the other player's push because they both have giants. Electro Spirit comes to cycle. And the Furnace is here as well. I think those spirits will stop the giants as much as it can. But he is going to play something soon, I think. He's just waiting for it to come to turret range, and he does. Oh, the guards are played to counter the skeleton giant, and the Zappies are here as well. Those Zappies look like the cleaning robots that are at the houses,
Oh, the Roombas. Yeah.
The Roombas, yeah.
I didn't think of that before. That's true, yeah. They certainly look like it, but a lot more lethal in terms of, zapping ability. As a little push tries to come through from St. Pelican. A nice little emote scene there on the side. And currently it is John in control with a bit of damage on that tower. And the Phoenix won't get off any hits. A little bit of damage from that egg being laid, I guess. But that has been somewhat nerfed recently in the newest update of this month. As the Royal Hogs are brought out by St. Pelican. It's the exact same deck that John beat him with in the second round. And so far it's not quite working. It is doing a little bit of damage, but there's plenty left to see and play as we come down to 50 seconds of regulation time. Not quite. Is it double elixir? It's usually double elixir, right?
Yeah. John has to be very careful. If he misses the Hogs even once, he'll just lose. If John defends perfectly, he can win with Thunder. Because St. Pelican's deck does not have any big spells that do massive damage. So as long as he can defend well, I think he can win by using spells that he has at his disposal that the enemy doesn't have. But we saw it last time. The Hogs are very dangerous.
Yeah, they certainly are. They can do a lot of damage if you just blink, you miss it, you misplace a card, you make one slip up, as we've said so many times before, and that is a lot of damage done. And can't even continue staying at that same pace. John, if he needs to, can just sit at this level and perhaps chip away on the left side with lightning, as he does there. Takes down the Fire Spirit, does damage to the tower, and does damage to that flying machine as the Fisherman finally is brought out. Not really too effective to use against anything on John's deck at the moment. As once again, Bellican tries to push through, this time entirely through the middle. He's covered by the giant skeleton, who's got that bomb damage. The Royal Hogs are going through, they're doing a lot of damage. The skeleton essentially gets to the tower. The bomb is dropped, but it doesn't quite touch it, just outside of the radius. And that's lucky for John. He is sweating right now as he continues to push back through. And does a bit of damage to St. Pelican, but not enough.
Yeah, the Hogs made it. And there is a huge push coming as well. And if we can cycle the Hogs again, I think we can say it's over. But there is a defending coming from the attempt coming from John, and the 2 flying machines are really dangerous, and the Hogs are here as well. The guards, will not be enough to stop them. Furnaces distracts the Hogs, and that Furnace was so clutch. But the tower is 1300 HP, Anthony.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very low as a push on the right side comes through from John, trying to do that damage. The Royal Giant isn't getting quite a few shots off. He's still not low. Pulled away by the Fisherman into the center, getting zapped by the Zappies in both towers. And it's not enough damage, but it does a lot, but not enough as a counter push comes through from St. Belican. Both sides, the Royal is getting a lot of damage done to them, and the Fisherman hooks onto the tower. He comes in, he gets a slap off with that fish, and he takes it down to 800. The Royal Ghost as well on the right side, chipping away, as it looks like it's going to be in favour of St. Belican, looking to take it 3-1. A Royal Giant last minute push, a last second push onto the left side, blocked onto the tower, but can't quite get enough damage done as the lightning chips away. But that is it. St. Belican will take the win just by 400 HP on that left tower, 350 even, and he will take this best of 5 series 3-1.
John lost with the same deck 3 times. I think that deck will give him some bad memories from today on. It's not a bad deck, by the way. It's just that St. Pelican actually played this one really well.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that, like, John just missed the Hogs 2 times, but that's 2 times too much. And once you miss that Hogs, once you cannot stop those Hogs with the Furnace, or you cannot kill them fast enough with some spell, you just take too much damage. Like, even if 2 Hogs make it, it's just 400, 500 damage, which is too much in top level Clash Royale.
Yeah, it really is. It's all entirely about this little bit of chip damage and whatnot, and just you said at the start, one tiny misplay, one tiny misplacement, and it could all be over. And fortunately, I guess actually, it isn't over for John. He'll be going down to the low bracket. He'll have a second lifeline to continue through the tournament, and perhaps we'll see him back at the final. Who knows? Who knows? He's got a lifeline. He's not out as St. Belican, he continues to go through this upper bracket to face off and stay alive for 2 lives. Anyway, we're going, to a break right now. We'll be back with more Clash Royale action very soon. Stick around. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the University Esports Masters tournament. Clash Royale. Once again, we're back with some more action, and this time, as we briefly alluded to earlier on, it is David Rooney playing, but it is versus Eddie. He won his matchup, and he is here in the upper bracket, continuing on through. And, well, we're back with some more best of 5 action with some more Clash Royale. And it's me, and Julio, here with Baha. How are you feeling, Baha? You looking forward to it?
Yeah, we really had very exciting games in the last round. I love it when the games are really close. Like one side gets nervous, they try to like do something, and like it ends with 200, 300 HP difference. It's always very exciting. That's what the Clash Royale we love, and the decks were also very fun to watch. I think they were countering each other, and this format is really fun. That's what we saw actually. Is he going to use the same deck? Is he going to change decks? What cards he is going to use now? I think that aspect of this tournament is actually is what's making it really fun as well.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. With the guessing, and obviously the players are feeling that, right? We as casters sort of think, oh, we said, is he going to use the same deck? Is he going to use something different? What's going on? That's exactly what Saint Belican and John were thinking. They're going, what deck is he going to use? Is he going to use the one that lost previously? Is he going to use something different? What sort of things is he going to go for? And these matchups, they're so important. And obviously both of these players may think of that. I don't know how much sort of research these two guys have done, because obviously in other esports you can do a lot of research on the strats, whereas here, especially with sort of university tournaments, because they're so separated or obviously brought together by the University Esports Masters, there's not so much counter stratting, I guess you can do, just expecting meta decks and whatnot. So it's going to be interesting. I think David Rooney may have been watching the game that Eddie was just playing on. Obviously, I think he actually had a game of his own, unless he went through. No, he didn't. He had a bye. So he's just been sitting there waiting, perhaps watching Eddie's game, studying and analyzing his moves. Maybe not. I don't know. But how are you thinking? What are you thinking on this game, Baha?
I'm thinking that David Rooney is going to win because he just looks like the better player with the background, but Eddie is actually experienced as well. This deck, I do see this skeleton, giant, goblin drill deck, but it is not good against other chip damage decks. So Eddie is actually in a little disadvantage with the decks here. So if he wins this, it is really good for him. The skeleton giant is coming from the left, but the thing is, Miner is really good against skeleton giant because he ramps up the damage, but Electro Wizard actually counters that. And there's a big push coming from the left lane with the giant and the goblin drill as well. And this will be some damage to the left turret, as we talked about the big pushes. And there was a bunch of damage to the left tower of Rooney.
Yeah, so much damage being pushed through, and unfortunately for Rooney, he doesn't quite materialize all of it, and he just about shoves them out with that log and just about keeps him off of it. And well, he tries to strike back on that left tower, does a lot of damage, or a fair bit of damage to Eddie, and he looks to drop those wall breakers, but fortunately for Eddie, that cannon is sitting there, the cannon can't be destroyed, and then becomes a cannon, and will chip away and just stop them from getting anywhere. And that's one, I think, a very good, a big strength of the wall breakers, right? So much damage, but only 2 elixir. And it's really hard to get a good counter for them that is not, that you don't lose elixir on. He has the Tornado, but or the Electro Wizard, but obviously that's a massive 1 or 2 elixir deficit. So we'll have to see quite how that does play out as they continue to push through. Rooney currently in charge, but only by a little, 140 HP extra. And with the Electro Wizard eventually going down, Miner on the left side and Wallbreakers going through, he's trying to take them down, but one and both of them slip through. The Miner as well doing damage, and Rooney is just taking massive control there.
Wall breakers are hogs on steroids. If you miss wall breakers, it's almost always GG, and right now things are looking really bad for Eddie. He needs to get a great big push and destroy the left tower some way, but I don't really see a way for this with the Skeleton Giant. It is using it, but Poison is actually chipping away at the units, and right now Rooney is completely on the defense mode. He uses Poison defensively, he uses wall breakers defensively.
Yeah,
And
that is
but he does send the Miner into the back line, and with this Poison it is almost completely over. The log doesn't hit the tower, I think. And the Miner, it only had 1 hit, but good game comes from Eddie. I think he knows that it's over. Poison damage, will it be enough? Yes, it is. The tower falls. The first game goes to Rooney. This deck is a menace, Anthony. It's like, it is so scary, the Miner Poison deck.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, right? A menace. And I feel like I've seen it in the first game and the win, and seeing it straight away now with a win. I think that's going to be a consistent theme throughout this tournament of this deck being so strong, so commonly used. And well, we'll have to see if it does continue to persist throughout this tournament. And it was a nice effort from Eddie there. And as you said, it's a good deck, and he was so close. But this is, I think, really what separates good players. Well, you know, good decks with mediocre players and good decks with good players, right? Rooney went down to the wire so many times. He could have taken so much damage from the push on the left from Eddie with the Electro Giant, with Electro Wizard, with the Giant Skeleton, the Royal Champion I think was as well. So much damage could have been done, but they were just chipped away. The bomb tower doing the AoE damage, the log coming through, and the Mighty Miner just chipping away and then dropping the bomb when he switches sides. And the defense from Rooney was just impeccable, really. And obviously he did take damage, but obviously you're going to after a while. But it was nicely played from him. He really just worked out the kinks in that deck, and obviously the chip damage just worked out in the end. And the wall breakers, they slipped through. And I guess that's an issue when you're playing against a deck. You don't have buildings of your own, or even if you do, you're always going to lose elixir when going against wall breakers. It's such a good and strong card, and again, one tiny slip up, it's almost over.
If you don't have a cheap spell that can deal with the wall breakers, like if you didn't bring log, if you didn't bring arrows, I think arrows kills them. It's just really difficult to deal with them. Like, as you said, you are almost always in a deficit because they are so scary. And as long as, like, this Poison Miner deck is, I don't know if you have noticed, it is very low cost as well. The average cost is really low. So this deck can constantly cycle the Miners, constantly cycle the Poison, cycle the wall breakers. And when you are playing against this, you are constantly on edge. Which is not a good feeling in this game. Eddie did play well, as you said. He did try some things. He countered the Big Brother Miner with the Electro Wizard, and he did use the tornadoes really well. But I guess if you cannot stop the chip damage, if you cannot stop the Miner, if you cannot deal more damage, you'll just lose.
Yeah, it's a very good point with the low cost elixir, so cycling so quickly. Drop wall breakers, drop Miner, drop Poison, blah blah blah. Oh look, I've got wall breakers again. Keep dropping it. And as you say, even if you do have arrows, it's as a counter or a tornado. it is a one elixir deficit, right? And you eventually build up that that gain, or at least Rooney would build up that gain in elixir, and he's able to counter it as yeah. Anyway, we do get into the second game, and it looks like Eddie's bringing out the exact same deck. And Rooney, he's bringing out obviously a very different deck, not one we've seen so far in the tournament, and that does have Archer Queen in it, and along with Hog Rider Goblins as well. It's certainly interesting to see quite how it's used as a tornado. I believe he should have known Eddie has that. It's the same deck from last time, and well, he'll pull it in, activate the King Tower, and be laughing.
Yeah, but if you have the Hog Rider and they have the Tornado, the King Tower will be activated. You will never be able to stop that. So, like, it's okay. It did get one hit onto the tower, which is fine. But yes, we didn't see Archer Queen yet, and Valkyrie as well, which I mentioned to you before the broadcast, which I really like. Valkyrie, I think it is really good into many different units right now, and there's a big push coming from the left. Will he use the Archer Queen's ability right now? Not yet. And there is a big damage coming to the left tower because the Hog Rider does reach it and the ability is used and the cannon falls. This was a really successful attack on the left lane.
Yeah, a lot of damage done there. And that's, I mean, pretty spectacular, right? He had that Valkyrie who has nice HP, nice AoE damage, can just swing around, and he'll tank all the damage. Supported by the Goblin, supported by the Hog Rider who slips through, does damage that, and then supported right at the back by the Arch Queen. Nicely done from Rooney. Drops the mortar to try and do more damage, but he doesn't quite lock onto it. Instead, locks onto the cannon. Can't even take that out as it looks to continue and to strike back. Goblin Drill on the right side by Eddie is essentially dismantled by Goblins of Rooney's placement, and he'll look to strike back himself. He's got the Valkyrie, not quite as high HP this time, but he drops the Hog Rider. He's got the Archer Queen looking to support him. An Earthquake as well. You said about that with the Hog Rider Earthquake cycle, as the Archer Queen's ability is activated, and I'll essentially take down that giant skeleton, neutralizing him, and the bomb is dropped out in no man's land.
Exactly. Archer Queen's ability is really underrated. If it's used perfectly, it is simply so strong because while she's untargetable, she also deals more damage in the ability. And Mortar, Hog Rider, Earthquake deck is actually really scary as well. But Eddie actually tries to do big attacks, and if one of these attacks are successful, he'll just deal more damage. But the left tower is looking really fragile right now. And another Hog Rider Earthquake cycle and like 2, maybe 3 cycles, left tower is just gone. So Eddie is actually in a shorter timer than 130.
Yeah, let's see if that does come to fruition. The giant skeleton on the left side is going to push through, but he's going to get taken down by that mortar, and especially with a bit of help from the Royal recruit, the single one that comes in the tiny little box flying from the sky. And that, as you say, it may just be it, right? As the Goblin Drill, it is dropped occasionally by Eddie, but it's immediately neutralized every single time by the Valkyrie placed by Rooney. And there's not much that Eddie can really do to change that. At this state, Rooney can continue just defending, and Eddie's just kind of stuck in this situation. Valkyrie taking down the Goblin Cart and the Giant Skeleton with that perfect just spin around attack. Goblins as well taking down that drill, and he does damage. It's down to 2k, and he's got 45 seconds left, so he has a chance, especially with triple elixir coming through. The Giant Skeleton almost getting to the tower. Instead, we'll go back to the Valkyrie. He's actually going to get taken down. The Giant Skeleton will just in time, but there's actually pressure here, and I think Eddie has a chance.
Yeah, right lane is actually looking very scary. We were focused too much on the left towers, but this right tower is actually going down, and I think it's going to be equal soon, but the Hog Rider actually reaches the left tower and deals a bunch of damage. The difference is right now 400, and the Goblin Drill is here, and Tornado is here, which might lead into some bunch of damage, but no, the Magic Archer is lined up really well, but it wasn't enough. The Earthquake and the Hog Rider is hitting the left tower. It was closer than expected. Let me say this, Anthony.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We thought he had it by a long margin. What was it, about 3k on both of Rooney's towers, and then he had his on half on 1500. Yeah, Eddie struck back. He really did try, and I think I don't know. I feel like it could be slightly different, perhaps not a win. Eddie did repeatedly place the Goblin Drill in the same place, and if he tried to vary that, maybe that would have been nice, but you know, at the end of the day, I think that first push was the real crippling factor, the linchpin that allowed Rooney to win. He had such a massive advantage from early on from that push just slipping through. And as soon as Eddie realized what his deck was, he was able to counter it and able to play against it very nicely. But too little, too late, I think, sort of thing with that game.
I
It was
was
unfortunate for Eddie, but good game. It's a good game.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say the same thing. After that first push, if you reset the tower HPs, Eddie would have won actually. Like Eddie was in positive, but that first push when Eddie didn't know what Rooney's deck was, it just hit like 1,000 damage. So he just could not make up that deficit in between, and like this must feel kind of sad because you know that you started playing better once you knew what the decks were, but you got surprised at first. And this is what we mean by mind games. And this is why you should try to guess what your opponent's cards is, what their deck is, because this game is about using the cards and countering the cards, not just your plans, but the enemy's plans as well. Also, as I talked about it, Hog Rider Earthquake deck, it is really dangerous.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think you said about matchups, right? And to a degree, it is just sort of chance with what you get matched up with and against. But also, I think one crucial factor that I've certainly sort of been screwed over, I guess, a few times whilst playing is those four cards that you have in your hand right at the start. If he doesn't have the perfect counter to the Hog Rider, to the Archqueen, whatever, if he just has I mean, I can't really sort of name off cards from that deck, but if he doesn't have a good counter and he has to sit there and cycle through, you know, three cards before he can get a good counter to the Hog Rider, that damage is already done. And as you say, once he sort of settled into it, he has the cards he wants in his hand, it will work out well. But you know, if you've been given four cards that suck right at the start, I mean, you can't really do anything about that. And that may have been the issue with Eddie. But I guess we'll never know. We'll never know. Anyway, he's down 2-0 now, and he's going to have to win 3 straight to come back and stay alive in this upper bracket and take the win versus Rooney. Do you think that's possible? Do you think that's going to happen?
Eddie is actually a really good player. Like, the way I'm watching him, he is playing it well. So I think he might be able to win this one because Rooney has used 20 of his cards. But it is really difficult to come back from 2-0 and reverse sweep. So I don't think it's going to happen, but I don't think it's going to be 3-0.
Yeah, it's interesting, I guess.
Yeah, Fisherman's here. And he is using the same deck, right? Eddie is using the same deck, I think, with the cannon and the goblin drill.
Yeah.
And there comes the monk, which is my favorite champion, as I said before the broadcast. And the Royal Giant, oh, it's this deck. This deck is really scary as well by Rooney. Every single deck of Rooney is actually really meta. And this Royal Giant deck can actually really push hard, and we are seeing it on the right lane. And right tower is half HP. It's
so much. He says good game already.
Eddie drops the good game already, Anthony.
Yeah, I think he's given up after that push. He's not feeling it. He's going to use the tornado on Rooney's tower. Someone slightly confused in chat. I think Eddie sort of realizes that he's at a deficit already. He's not going to win this. It's going to be hard to come back against, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just has given up now. He's not looking to place anything, so yeah, I think he's just given up, and I think it is certainly a good game. Eddie's not too happy with that, but it's not all over. All is not, well, down in the dumps, I guess. Eddie will be continuing on through the lower bracket. He'll drop down, and he'll have another chance at life to see if he can come back and, well, continue and still get some of that prize pool. David Rooney, though, he's looking to continue on the upper bracket, and he'll actually be playing against, who's he going to be playing against? The winner of Hugo and St. Bellikin. Whoever that is, but we won't be seeing that. We won't be covering that. Instead, we'll be covering an alternate game, which is, I believe, Marius versus It's Mateo. And I guess there's not too much we can say about that game. Is there anything you want to add sort of about that game?
I'm just going to say that Rooney's decks are really well made, well crafted decks. Royal Giant deck's about pushing. His first deck is about chip damage with the Miner and Earthquake, and his second deck is about small pushes. with the Poison and Miner is the chip damage, Earthquake and the Hog Rider is the small pushes, small hits, pokes deck. So every single one of his decks is crafted and is played in a different way. So if I was his opponent, I would need to choose my decks very carefully. That's what I would say. But yeah, this game, Royal Giant push was well crafted, well played, and it was just over.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Eddie, but he's, as I say, he's in the lower bracket still. Hope is not all gone. But we will be back with some more esports action. As I said, it's Mateo taking on Marius for the next best of 5, but, well, after a short break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to University Esports Masters. It's the Clash Royale tournament today that we are bringing you, and it's looking to be a cracking one. We've had 2 games so far, and we've got plenty more action coming your way. But first off, well, the first game that we're bringing you, it's Mateo versus Marius. 2 Titans clashing in the upper bracket, and Julio, and I'm here with Baha. How are you, Baha? How are you enjoying it so far?
I'm like the more we go into the bracket, the better the games are going to be, and we are seeing that. Like the game before, the decks were really good, like they were well crafted, and the players were really good as well. I'm very excited, and right now these players actually won a lot of games, and they are winning against good players as well. So this game I am really looking forward to it, and I think it's Matteo is going to take it, but Marius is also a really good player, so we'll see.
Yeah. I said about Marius sort of right at the start, as being sort of, I guess, somewhat an underdog. First time playing UEM, but also it has been one of the favourites to win, I believe. That's what I've been told, at least. So I'm not quite sure who, I guess, him, who, yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see quite how he matches up, right? He's won against one of the favourites previously, but also he's got here to this upper bracket. It's Matteo. Apparently finished third previously in the last UEM, and is a bit of a veteran, played since 2016, same as me. Not throwing that in there, but yeah. So it is a clash of somewhat, I guess, maybe Marius played since 2016 as well, but a new kid on the block versus the old veteran who came third last time. Who's going to win? We'll see as we get right into the action. Bit of damage already done onto It's Matteo's left tower, and a bit of damage counterly done by It's Matteo onto Marius's left tower, as well as it looks like a bit of an advantage for Marius so far by about 500, 600 HP. And
these are the games.
Different deck.
These are the games that I love the most. Both players are playing swarm decks, so this is why we see this damage. They are just sending swarms against each other. But the one thing is, Marius's deck is much more dangerous. Let me say this, and he did do a lot of more damage, and the miner transports to the right side, but
oh no,
he has the Mega Knight. It's Matteo, and Mega Knight is really good against these kinds of decks, so this might be really dangerous. On the right side there is a bunch of damage done. It's Matteo's towers are not looking too hot right now.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. It's a lot of damage done to both of them. Wallbreakers dropped on the
Wallbreakers?
right side. Like, Wallbreakers countering it, dropped on the left side. They're just going to tank the damage. Marius doesn't care about either on the left side. He drops Skeleton Barrel on the right side. And this is most certainly a swarm. As, again, damage is done. It almost takes down that right tower. A Fireball, perhaps a Dark Goblin just dropped, could take down this tower. There's a Fire Critical running on the left side, and that should activate the King Tower. Nicely placed miner, but he can't quite get taken down by the Princess Tower. Dark Goblin will finish him off and actually looks to try attack the right side. It's Matteo. He's actually just going to let it. He's going to let him take it. He's going to destroy it. Instead, he'll go for that left tower push, and I think he's going to go for the full 3 crown, right? He's got that Mega Knight, supported by Bats, supported by the Prince, and they're looking to push in, and the defensive Skeleton Barrel will look to do it quite a bit of damage, but it may just work out. The Fireball coming through, the Wallbreaker's dropped as well. Miner trying to do chip damage and can't quite take down the tower. And this is just absolute chaos everywhere.
Exactly, like these are the games that I love the most. As I said, will he be able to take the left tower in 7 seconds? That's what we are looking for right now. The Firebreakers are, the Wallbreakers are here. Will they reach it? 1 second is left. No, they did reach it. Wallbreakers were there. It's not just needed 1 second.
That is, as you say, 1 second's difference is all you need. Down to the wire. The Wallbreakers, 1 extra second they get there, they blow that tower up, and that is, I guess, back to even Stevens. And it could be anyone's game once again, but I mean, it's that close. It really is that close. And that Swarm deck, that is spectacular to watch. And that's really, I think, quite different from every sort of other style of Clash Royale we've seen, right? They've been doing like little chip damage, taking a bit, giving you it, whereas this is just taking a lot and then giving a lot, which we don't really see, and it's fantastic to watch.
The thing is, these decks don't have any defensive things. They don't have arrows, they don't have logs, they don't have furnaces, cages, stuff like that. So when you send the Wallbreakers, they just hit most of the time. The problem is, it was 1 second. It was 1 second. The miner was there. The Wallbreaker was there with the barrel, like he was about to hit the barrel to the turret, and the time was over. But
Crazy.
1 second is very important in this game, and that's what we saw. It wasn't going to be even, like, it wasn't even going to be even Steven, because It's Matteo had more damage on the right turret. So he was actually going to be at an advantage, but what happened is that turret sacrifice was too much on the right lane. So, and he couldn't take the tower on the left. It was really fun. That's what I can say. It was really fun and exciting. Let's see. But the next game will not be like this. I don't think so. Because at least one player is going to bring a different deck.
Yeah, we'll see if It's Potato does bring out the same deck as I say, like Wall Breakers and Skeleton Barrel, two building targeted cards, and there's not really any counter for It's Potato in his deck. He had the Zap, but that was used to counter sort of the Mighty Miner, so it's kind of awkward with the matchup. And well, we do see what looks to be the exact same deck played by both players, and we have seen this deck earlier on. We've seen the Flying Machine, the Zappies, the Giant Skeleton, Mirror, Fisherman. And it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top here, because that is a mirrored Giant Skeleton who theoretically should come out on top. As with the help of the two towers, he should be able to,
Hogs are on the right then.
As there you go, Hogs dropped on the right side. Royal goes to try and counter. They're doing a lot of damage, and they can't be stopped so far. Arrows should be taking down the Goblins, and they will take out the Goblin spawn, but the Giant Skeleton gets to the left side. He drops the bomb on the tower, and a good game already from Marius. It's Mateo played very strong at the start.
Hogs are so dangerous. I'm thinking so dangerous. If the enemy doesn't have elixirs and you drop the Hogs, well, they should also drop the good game. And because he was very focused on the right tower while the Hogs were there, left tower also got hit by a lot, and Hogs are dropped on the right by Marius, but they will not do the same effect. They did do a lot of damage as well. But left tower is in a very bad situation with Marius. I think the next Hog attack will determine the game, Anthony.
Yeah, I think so as well. But also, I think the damage has been done by its hair, right? Look at all the damage done onto the towers. The Royal Hogs will continue in that fashion. The Flying Machine just chipping away. And, I mean, Marius has struck back, right? He has done damage onto the right tower, but I think it's too little too late at this point, and it's just not working through. As the Royal Skeleton is pushing through, and he's covering the Royal Hogs, and they're looking to do damage, but this is the full HP tower. If it was on the right tower, it may have made a difference, but it's not, because they're going to chip away. They can do so much damage, as they're looking to continue to take damage on to the left tower, but that's not enough. And that won't take the advantage, and at this rate, 2 minutes left in overtime, It's Mateo is in charge.
That was a great attack by Marius, but it was, like you said, it was on the wrong tower. Right tower would have fell if they did this, but now this attack actually is very promising. Little zappers are dropped and two of them are heading right. Left attack is really good, but right now Mateo has the Hogs and they are dropped. Right side, there is a huge attack coming. Arrows were used, but it wasn't enough. The Fisherman just pulls one, it's going to pull another. Damage was done, but it wasn't enough, and the Hogs are coming from the other side right now, but they were divided into two. Left tower is going down. It does only has 400 HP left, and there's a minute left, Anthony.
Yeah, 1 minute left in this minute is just so crucial. Marius taking the lead, getting that tower down to 500 HP. He's got a 400 HP difference, as the Hogs again are dropped on that right tower. Arrows as well to try and counter it. Royal goes looking to take them down, and they will get, well, taken down very low. 700 HP on that tower, and they're continuing to push back. Flying Machine versus Flying Machine, as the left tower looks to be pushed now by It's Mateo, but Marius, he's defending and he's trying his best. 35 seconds left. If you can hold it here at this point in time, it may just work, as the Hogs again push onto that left tower. Arrows as well is down to 82. He just needs to cycle out these arrows to get them through. Just defend it for the meantime, as Hogs are dropped on the left side. Hogs countered on the left side as well by Marius, and they're doing so much damage on the left tower of Marius, but the Hogs just about get through the arrows as well, and it's so close down to the wire, but Marius will just about take it. It's Mateo doing so much damage on that left tower, but he just can't break through.
This is so close. These games are just crazy. Like, these players are just playing so aggressive. They are trying to destroy the towers. They are not saying, oh, I'll just defend and chip those towers like 100 damage at a time. They are saying, let's go. I'm sending in the cavalry, and they are sending in the Royal Hogs. They are sending the Flying Machines. It's just crazy, and it was, again, over with 100 HP left on the left tower of Marius. And again, if that tower fell, it's Mateo was at the advantage. Like, it is just so crazy that this is happening. But right now, Marius is up 2-0. What do you think is going to happen next?
I I have no idea. I really have no clue, right? Because it's just it could have gone either way. It really could have gone either way. Both of these games, and I think that's gonna sting, right? Like on the one hand, you gotta be like, yeah, I almost beat him twice. That's good, but also you've lost by this close
Yes.
both times, and that's gotta sting. It's gonna be a bit of salt in the wound of the loss, and we'll have to see. It's not over, right? It's Mateo can come back and he could bring it back 3-2. Whether he will or not, I don't know. I mean, it's Clash Royale, and if he just sort of resets the slate, wipes it clean, and comes back into it with a fresh approach, then you know what? He could come back and bring it back 3-2. There's no reason why he couldn't. But well, especially with these games being so close. I have no idea how this is going to go. We're going to have to see what decks are brought out. If Marius goes for something different, or if he's going to have to go for something different. And we'll have to see if It's Mateo goes with the same deck again, or if he himself goes for something different.
Electro Wizard is dropped, and there's goblins. It might be the Royal Giant deck, maybe.
Yes,
We'll
quite
see.
a bit, yeah.
Oh,
say that,
Dark
the Dark
Prince
Knight.
is here. The Miner is also coming right now. Marius is. Oh, is this the Miner poison deck by Marius? If it is real dangerous. Right now, there is a small attack by it's Matteo, but it's not going to result in any damage. I don't think so. I think players are just looking at each other's decks right now, and the King Tower is activated by Matteo, which is always good. Those goblins will not be doing anything on the left lane. And oh, that's a oh yes, it is the poison miner deck, and this is trouble, Anthony, because if both sides are keep defending like this, what will happen is the miner poison deck will win with chip damage, as we have seen every single time today. So Smatya needs to do needs to do small pokes or attacks, big attacks. But this deck, I'm not very familiar with. Mateo's deck.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the sort of new and unseen deck does well prompt a bit of change there as the royal champion. He's just a nice dash to take out the Electro Wizard, and that's just a pain that I always hate about his ability, right? It's a dash that can just fly across so many spaces. I think they nerfed it, as it was just the range was just absolutely massive. But it's still, as you can see, a problem. Electro Wizard taken down and only does a bit of stun damage, which isn't ideal, as continuously now down to the final minute of regulation time, and Marius does have a slight advantage by about 200 HP on that left tower. Miner trying to cycle in, and that's a nice counter from It's Mateo. Obviously, as you said, it's a different deck, but he's able to counter, at least, not the poison, but he can counter the Miner by dropping that the champion at least. As the Goblin Joel is finally the last card that's shown by It's Mateo, and the King Tower by Marius is now activated with a Tornado of his own, and taking away that Goblin from it. But it's now even, essentially.
Yeah, that damage wasn't bad, and the activation was good. But the problem is, if the game goes like this, it is very difficult for Mateo to win, as we said. Because when push comes to shove, you'll just get miner than poisoned, and you'll lose by 100 HP again. But this was actually a really good attack by Mateo, and left tower is in a real bad situation. But Marius attacks right and left tower all the time. So, while Marius dealt more damage, it is Mateo who's in the lead.
Yeah, it really is. He's got a nice amount of damage on that left tower and looking to continuously do more as he's trying to push through. Marius countering him back, and he looks to do the poison miner cycle again, and again does damage, and this time he does just about take the lead. And that's one thing that Mateo, I guess he doesn't really have. He has the Goblin Drill that can do damage when it comes out of the ground, and also the Tornado doing a tiny amount. But with that poison, Marius can just continuously cycle it in and do essentially about 200, I think, each time, which is obviously ideal. So It's Mateo really does need to just break through with one of these pushes with this cycle, as the poison this time is dropped by Marius on the center to try and take down the champion and the cannon cart. It will do a nice amount of damage, and Mateo is not able to quite break through.
Miner is here as well, and it is going to do a little chip damage. It's going to be another close game, Anthony. It is going to be another very close game. watching these two games are really exciting. And right now, there is a good push from the right side, and the poison is dropped on the left, which does. That left tower is just getting hit and hit over and over and again. And it's just not really that feeling that good. But the Goblin Drill did a lot of damage on the left tower. And right now it is almost equal, I would say. And we have 20 seconds until it is over. The poison is dropped on the left tower. The Goblin Drill is also sent. It's going to be try to be defended. Miner and Poisonous Drill are dealing some damage. Tornado stops the Goblins from hitting it. That poison, I think it is over because that poison is going to deal a bunch of damage. And the Goblin Drill is here. But again, it is too little too late. Another insanely close game, Anthony.
It's crazy. You don't think it's going to happen again, and then it does. We have another absolutely just crazy game being brought out, and again, it could have gone either way. Matteo taking charge, then Marius back and forth. Absolutely wild games from these guys being brought out, and yeah, that champion just doing the dash damage on those towers. Just, I mean, it almost worked out, and the Goblin Drill as well, doing a lot of damage, but that minor poison cycle just a bit too good in the end.
Let me say this. Goblin Drill actually did a lot more damage than I would have thought. He used it very effectively, but the problem is you are trying to win a chip damage battle against Poison Miner, which is like really difficult.
Always difficult.
Yeah, and again it was so close. Like we didn't think it would be, but it was all again within 100-200 margin that Matteo lost and Marius won. What I would say is like this was a 3-0. But this wasn't a 3-0, Anthony. This was a very close game. Yeah, this was a very close match.
Yeah, I agree with you that, right? It could have, you look at 3-0 and think, oh yeah, that was just a whitewash. It was just clean slap out the way. It wasn't by any means. This could have been a 3-0 for Matteo. Certainly could have. And again, as I said earlier on, it may sting that it was that close, but also you got to think he almost beat him. He could have been going through to take on into the upper bracket finals to take on the winner of David versus Hugo. So unfortunately, it isn't, and it is Marius going through. But that's not it for Matteo. He is still got hopes in this tournament, as we've said before. He's down to the lower bracket, relatively far along as well in that lower bracket, as this was the upper bracket semi-finals, I believe. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So anyway, that is it for now. We'll be back relatively soon after a short break with some more Clash Royale action. Back into it, and I'm looking forward to it. It should be good.
Yeah, me too. Like the decks are really exciting. Another interesting thing about the game before, even though Matteo lost, he used a different deck every single game.
Very true. Yeah.
Which is really interesting, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we are going to go on a break. And before that, I think that the other game that we are going to watch is not ready yet. So this is going to be just a little bit longer than the other breaks. So see you after that break with the more exciting Clash Royale action.
I am a woman, play by my own rules. I got my duvet on solid ground, and then I take the first step a million more, and I make mistakes I never made before. But either way, I know I made up my mind. I'm through feeling scared, I'm leaving all that behind. So I'm gonna let it shine on you. Make room for everything that's true. Do whatever I wanna do, much of an explosion. Don't care about anybody else but you. Hold back all the things I feel. If I hold back, maybe they're not real. What if I don't and just let you deal? Would you go? Let me know. So, what if I just lose my mind? Make a scene and run around. Show you what I feel inside all the time. Hey. What if I just lose my mind? Scream until the air runs out. I don't really care, 'cause I lose my mind. Oh, oh, oh. I am a woman, not here to please you. It's time to move on, cause my time is now. I am a woman, play by my own rules. I got my 2 feet on solid ground. And then I take the first step a million more. And I make mistakes I never made before. But either way I know I made up my mind. I'm through feeling scared, I'm leaving all that behind. So I'm gonna let it shine on you. Make room for everything that's true. Do whatever I wanna do. And then I let it shine on you.
know yet. I've realized, and I'm dying to tell you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to some more Clash Royale with University Esports Masters. I'm Antulio, and I'm once again here with Baha, and we're looking to have a bit more action of Clash Royale in the upper bracket final between Marius and David. How are you feeling, Baha?
I'm feeling amazing. We had great games. And right now, I can't wait to see what upper bracket final looks like. Like, this is the upper bracket final, the most exciting game, I think, one of the most exciting games that we will have. From now on, every game is very exciting and has high stakes. So from now, I'm just very curious about what the games are going to look like.
Yeah, as you say, high stakes, most certainly, as the final is a best of 3 of best of 5s. Slightly confused to get head around, but it is what it is. And the person who wins this upper bracket final will go straight through to the finals. They don't have to mess around with any of the nonsense in the lower bracket, for one. And then also, they have an advantage in that best of 3 of the best of 5s, in that they already went ahead. So they only have to win 1 best of 5, and that's it. The person in the lower bracket has to win 2 best of 5s. So
exactly.
Very high stakes. And obviously, whoever goes to the lower bracket, you lose, you're out. So, yeah, it's exciting, high stakes, and it should be interesting, right? Theoretically, the 2 best players of this tournament clashing here for the first time. You got any predictions on this? Who do you think is going to go through? We've seen, obviously, Rudy, well, both these players, Marius and Rudy, play spectacularly. So, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Marius plays very aggressive and like a very unique fashion. Like, it is very exciting to watch. So my routing actually changed from other players to Marius, but they're all very good players. But I'm just looking forward to watch Marius, so I'm rooting for Marius.
Fair enough. That's yeah, he's been fantastic so far, right? He had a very close series, taking 3-0 versus Ismateo, which certainly could have gone the other way. And David, he's again been spectacular as well, and had a very close game versus Hugo that we just watched off stream. Oh man, that was fantastic. And he did take the series 3-1 versus Hugo, who's now obviously in the lower bracket. But that was close, and that, I think for me at least, has shown sort of some weakness, a bit of a chink in the armor of David. And if Marius is as tight knit and fast and rapid and close as he was versus Ismateo, yeah, I think he can take it. Could be a very, or will be a very good game regardless. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if Marius, the underdog, can sort of dethrone David, perhaps.
Yeah, I agree. It is really interesting, actually. The decks are very interesting as well. So the clash of these titans will be very interesting. Also, to talk about the format more, winning this is really, really important, as you talked about. Because when you divide it by rounds, the winner of this will just have to win 2 rounds, compared to the loser who has to win at least 4 out of maybe a potential 6, which will be much difficult. And because of the way that we work, you might have bad matchups with bad decks where you just can't win the game because of the matchup of the decks, not because that you are necessarily the worst player, but because your opponent actually outsmarted you with the deck choice. So it is very important to win this game, and the winner of this battle we will watch again in the final. It's actually really interesting.
Yeah, it's it should be very interesting to see these matchups and see if we do see the similar sort of decks that we've seen that brought out before. We've seen that minor poison chip consistently. If we're going to see it again, we saw, I think, a few slight different ones from David, and yeah, we'll have to see quite what's going on as. Yeah, it is, as I say, the upper bracket. Marius off a 3-0 victory. It was very close. We set out the game very, very close, and it could have gone the other way, and down to the wire. I don't know if that's proving that Marius is fallible, or if it's Mateo is just as good a player as him, sort of thing. And obviously Hugo taking 1 off Rooney, almost taking 2. And obviously if we went to that final game in that best of 5, it really could have gone Hugo's way, perhaps. We're not quite sure, but we'll never know.
Yeah, exactly. I agree, like that 3-0 was not really a 3-0 as we talked about it. Yeah, Marius didn't win 3-0, but it wasn't like a very decisive victory, as you talked about it. Like, while it does look 3-0, it was not a stomp, not by any chance. So what this shows is, but the Rooney, as you said, almost lost the 2 rounds. So I think what we are going to watch is Marius is going to try to attack with all he has. And if Rooney can defend, maybe he can get the win. But if he can't defend, Marius is just relentless.
And well, you see the lower bracket, St. Bellican taking on Eddie in that lower fight. He won 3-0. Eddie won, I believe, 3-0 as well. As he did, yes, he did. And obviously in the other side, we have Mushroom taking on YT, both of them winning their respective games 3-1. And whoever wins out of Mush and YT, I think they'll be playing in the versus. Oh, sorry, It's Mateo will be taking on Eddie versus St. Bellican, and Mushroom will be taking on, well, Hugo. They'll be taking on each other, and then whoever wins out of that will be taking on the loser of this game. As we do get into it, finally we are here, the upper bracket final. David Rooney versus Marius.
Marius is playing with the minor, the queen deck, as you see. It is really interesting to see this. And the fireball comes from Rooney. The mortar is also played.
It's, yeah, looking to do damage. It locks onto the tower. The log as well will help that out. Just narrowly misses the fisherman. That's got his sting somewhat, but he hooks onto the mortar. Doesn't get another hit in, but it doesn't really matter regardless. The mortar does fade away. And so far, Marius has got that advantage about 1,050 odd HP, or just about 1,100 damage done onto that right tower. And really perhaps has a bit of an elixir advantage, but we'll have to see if that does come to fruition, if anything actually does become of that. As he drops the monk on the left side, supported now by the Phoenix. A lot of legendary cards within his deck. Bat's looking to chip away at him, and he may just pop his ability here, but he doesn't in time. He'll go down essentially for free, as the Phoenix is taking a lot of damage from the Bats, from the Arch Queen as well. And the Royal Ghost is left to try and do damage to whoever he can.
Yeah, air units are really strong against Monk, and we just witnessed that. The right tower being down 1,000 HP is really dissettling, actually. And Rooney's deck is actually, again, very dangerous. But this one was a deck that I don't think we watched. Okay, Miner is being hooked. And Fisherman is coming there as well. There is the Royal Giant. That was the card that we didn't see from Rooney. So I think he's getting ready for a big push in the left lane. And he did bring out Monk as well. He is sacrificing some damage in the right lane to make a play in the left lane. The Monk is being damaged, but he used his ability to return some of that damage. Fisherman hooks Valkyrie, so Royal Giant actually starts hitting. And there is a big attack on the right lane as well, but it's going to be distracted by the mortar. And the Bats are going to take care of the Royal Giant. And yeah, the left attack actually did some damage, but Rooney sacrificed a lot in the right lane. And his tower has 1,400 HP.
That's fantastic damage from him, and well defended by Marius. I was really worried for him for one point when he had the Royal Giant on the left side, and then Rooney just drops the Royal Giant on the right as well. You're thinking, oh no, what's going to happen? And Marius is just looking confident and in charge, as the Monk does deflect that as the classic ability. He does Fireball coming in as well, and that leaves, well, Marius' left tower very vulnerable. He's got the Barbarian Barrel in, he's got the Phoenix too, sitting there trying to do damage, and the Royal Giant is just shooting away. He's just firing his cannon, and the log will be pushing back somewhat, but he's doing so much damage, and with 2 Phoenixes there, he thinks that's a good game. As the other Phoenix gets in, one of the eggs is not even going to be destroyed, it's going to actually birth another Phoenix. The Royal Giant, the second one, will be dropped as well. He'll come in and he'll finish it off, and Marius looked in control throughout most of that game, but Rooney just perseveres, pushes through, and takes that final tower on the left side of the end.
As I said many times in this broadcast, Royal Giant decks are about that one push. Like, if you can get the Royal Giant start hitting the turret at like half HP, that's like at least 600 damage, which is like really dangerous. So that's what we saw. Rooney did play the Royal Giant deck really well. And like there was a log being used on the right lane while there was no units. I think that was the one misplay that Marius did, but one misplay is all it takes. As we talked before, Miner was there. He tried to do the log, but it wasn't enough. And it doesn't matter how much you're ahead. If you lose your turret, you just lose in overtime. So he should have been careful about that Royal Giant push. And he did. Like, Rooney actually played the first Royal Giant as far away as he can. And he cycled the second one before the first one died, which was actually the last nail in the coffin.
Yeah, exactly. It is smart play from Rooney, and I think at that point you have to debate, right, whether it was worth Marius just sort of holding off rather than committing to another push through that right side. If he had the HP advantage already, he could have just sat there and tried to defend against the Royal Giant, because if he does something like that, it's going to be crucial. And I think, it's the two newest guards, right, the Phoenix and the Monk, irritating as they are, were used very well by Rooney, right?
Exactly.
The Phoenix got taken down, and then everyone else would shoot at something else, and then the Phoenix would just come out the egg again, and that's easy. Sitting there looking to just smash away, and that essentially means that the Phoenix can do his job. And twice you got two Phoenixes essentially, sort of thing. And then the Monk as well utilized very well, I think, especially to counter the Archqueen when he's put in front of the Royal Giant, pushed forward, and then he can just pop his ability. So the tower shooting the Monk, so the Archqueen shooting the Monk, possibly the Morse. I don't think it was in that game though. They're all just deflected. And anything like the Valkyrie or whatever, it just tanks the damage. So
Exactly.
it's very difficult to play against. Very difficult to play against. So we'll have to see. Well, if Marius brings out that sort of gameplay, obviously Rooney can't use the Monk again. As we do get into the second game of this best of 5, Rooney up 1-0, and looking perhaps once again to do poison miner damage.
Yeah, Rooney is going with the poison miner build, as we talked about before. And Marius is actually using the Lumberjack Tornado with the Dark Prince. Oh, I remember the second deck he used, I believe. But this deck, I think, Rooney has an edge in deck-wise in this game. But we'll see. Maybe Marius can build a big push with the Lumberjacks poison, and the wall breakers are here, but I don't think they are going to make it. Yes, the barrel and the turret's arrow was enough. And when we look at this, Marius needs to build a big attack, as we said. And there is the Lumberjack coming. The Rage is going to be popped. And there is not going to be much damage in any turrets by these, or just a couple hits on the right turret. There are 3 cards that we still haven't seen from Rooney. One is Poison, probably. And there's the Golem, which is unexpected, Anthony.
Yeah, very, very unexpected. I wasn't looking for that at all. We've not actually seen that card played as of yet throughout this tournament. And, well, we'll have to see if it does work out. It's a pretty standard build. It's been around for a long, long time of just the Golem, the Elixir, you build it up and then you push through. And with the Electro Dragon to support him, that can do a lot of damage. But going towards the middle, towards that bomb tower, he'll be taking damage from both Princess Towers. And it looks like he'll be neutralized. Both Golemites will get to the tower and try to do a little bit of chip damage onto it. As they do chip away the Barbarian as well, fighting that Mighty Miner. Lumberjack drops 2. Electro Dragon there, ready and waiting for it. And we could try and sit there and just attack them consistently. And he's continuing to push. Marius is not dead yet. Even with the Golem gone, he's still doing a nice amount of damage. And still just pushing through.
This was a really nice planned attack, but I believe Rooney actually defended this really well. This could have ended so much worse. And there's the Miner, and there's a big attack coming in the right lane. But there is no Elixir in Marius, because Marius used everything on the left lane. If that Miner comes to the turret, that was a big damage. And he used the Miner to counter the Golem, but I don't think that was the best idea. And there's a big attack coming in from the left lane. Golem is distracted by the tower, but I don't think it's going to be much of a problem, because when he splits, he is going to go for the left tower, and this attack might work because the Lumberjack is actually here too. This is a very big attack. It will be very difficult to stop for Rooney, because Marius keeps putting new units into this attack, and Rooney just doesn't have the elixir. It's 700, 500, it's about to drop, and it does drop. Marius just won the game.
Yeah, he just pushed straight through. And I see those, those wall breakers stuck on the right side by Rooney. He's trying to push through, and Marius just goes, and I don't care. He just drops it. He forgets about it. Doesn't put a single unit to counter it, and instead he just continues, as you say, dropping units on that left side, pushing through, and it works in the end. He's got both, like I think he had 2 Phoenixes there in the end, and obviously they got the ability to die then come back to life. He's got the Electro Dragon. He's got the Lumberjack. He's dropping in the Barbarian with Dark Knight. Everything just pushing through, and eventually. And the Tornado as well, obviously helping out massively, pulling all those units in towards the tower. The Electric Dragon, chaining them together. It just works. It all comes together. That's fantastic from Marius. Beautifully played. And we draw the series level now, 1-1.
Yeah, I was very surprised why the Mighty Miner was teleported to the left side. If he just left the Mighty Miner in the right side, he would have saved a little elixir and it was going to hit that turret. Mario would have to defend the right turret. But he sent it left. I don't know why. And then the left attack just grew too much because the Electro Dragon just destroys Mighty Miner. And then that attack just couldn't be stopped. They just hit and hit and hit. And at the end, there was nothing to do.
Yeah. At
It
the
was
end of the day,
really
it's,
difficult.
it's not much you can do against that. Electro Dragon, I think, it's one of those cards that is on a knife's edge, right? Same with the Phoenix, I think. It's like they're very specific cards. Very you've got to be utilized very, very well. If you have an Electro Dragon supporting the Golem in the right position, you can tornado them together. He's so strong. He just stuns them consistently, does good damage to a lot of them. It's beautifully used. The same with the Phoenix, obviously, if he's supported someone, if he dies, and then he's able to be reborn again, brilliant value for your elixir. But if not, if they're by themselves, if they're isolated, if it's, as we saw a few times within that, if it's just the Electro Dragon versus a Musketeer in the turret, he's useless, essentially. Nice usage of some very, very particular cards by Marius. And obviously that did get him the victory in the end. And that, again, shows this high skill level, at this sort of level of obviously this tournament and these players that we have here. It's fantastic to watch. It really is.
Yeah, I agree. Like the mistakes are actually not being there is no mercy for mistakes in this level of play. A couple misplays, a couple units placed suboptimally, and then there is a push that you just cannot stop. Even that building that he put to distract the golem, it just wasn't enough because when the golem split, there was just too many units on the board. So there was just nothing that can be done. So 2 decks are out of the cycle for each players. One of them used the Golem Electro Dragon deck with the elixir. So that is what Marius cannot use anymore. And Rooney won with, if I remember right, the Royal Giant deck.
Yes.
So Royal,
yeah. It's. I think the thing is, he obviously had the elixir collector. He didn't even use it. The miner just obviously countered it, so he just didn't put it down, and then he continued to push anyway. It obviously still worked out for them, which was really nice from Marius. But I wonder if he like read it very well, right? Because Rooney had the miner poison, and I've got a memory like a potato, so I feel like I don't think we've seen someone lose with the minor poison chip deck yet.
No,
If
but
so it's been very close. So it's a very nice if that's true, obviously. So Marius having this different deck to counter the chip deck and saying, okay, you've got a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there. I'm just gonna push through. I'm just gonna brute strength through you with a massive push. And yeah, it works out. It works out in the end for him, which is fantastic. And that's a good. If he has read that well, if that's all ahead, ahead thinking. That's brilliant from Marius.
Yeah, I agree. If he guessed that he was going to use the minor poison deck, that is really good thinking. But I also think he kind of over-prioritized the Mighty Miner and didn't use the chip damage that much. But I think we are going to the next game. There comes the Hog Rider with the 300 damage right out of the gates. But now there is a big push coming, and I don't know if Rooney can defend it. The Skeleton Giant is here with the Water Mage. Oh, this is kind of dangerous. Okay, that was he's defending, but he is a little bit ahead in Elixir. And there comes the Ghost King in the left lane. There is just small damages, and we are just going to look which deck they are going to use. There comes the Mighty Miner by Rooney again. And there is a Flying Machine, which is really good. Oh, this is the thing I was talking to you about. In the bridge, when you use his ability, you just go to the other lane, but Since there was elixir in Marius, he could hold it. Roadhog actually manages to get a hidden, and there comes the Royal Hogs, and they do spit, but that building in the middle that really distracted those hogs, and this is what you should do. This is how you should play against Royal Hogs.
Yeah, yeah. The bomb tower essentially is the perfect counter to the Royal Hogs deck, right? Because they all get drawn back into the middle, and then the area attack from the bomb just being thrown out. It's perfect to counter the Hogs, and we'll have to see if Marius has anything else up his sleeve. If he can just sort of get a big push coming through with that giant skeleton, with the bomb being able to be dropped, or if he's gonna have to, right? He can't just lose this. As Rooney, which is a very good, solid deck with the Hog Rider, and it can only be countered so well with the Zappies and the Flying Machine.
Yeah,
So,
the Earthquake Hog Rider build is just pokes you. Every single time he can cycle Earthquake and Hog Rider, he can do something. And we don't see any buildings in Marius's deck, which is also dangerous for Marius. There is a push that is happening in the left, but again, like Bone Tower, it just stops it. The Flying Machine is actually really good here. It actually created a lot of value. Oh, Royal Hogs are coming, and I don't think yet. Oh, he had the Bone Tower. If he didn't have it, it was going to be insane amount of damage.
yeah, he just about got that out in time. I think he just barely got it in the cycle. And, well, lucky for Rooney that he does, and narrowly saves him from a lot of damage being done to those towers. As Marius is going to continue to push back, the Mighty Miner drops on the left side as well. Wouldn't surprise me if he tries to just go for that dropping of the bomb again. Arrows coming out, we finally see that use, and the Hog coming in, just running past everything. There's only one Zappy left, and he's going to do so much damage. The Fisherman is the final card brought out by Marius, and he's not used it sooner. And then as he does use it, the Hog is already too low HP, and he's dead, and doesn't actually activate the King Tower, which would have been much more beneficial earlier on in this game, as the giant skeleton, he gets taken down, goes across the bomb tower, and again the Hog is dropped. He decides to switch it up. Marius going on the right side instead, and the Hog on the left side is doing so much damage instead.
Exactly, like I don't know why he didn't use the Fisherman before, as you said. And this left tower is practically dead because he has earthquakes. He just used one earthquake right now, and the Hog just breaks it.
That's
Yeah,
odd.
I didn't think Marius had Fisherman, like before he used it.
He really pushed him. Yeah, he just I don't know. I don't even know what happened there. He just didn't use the Fisherman, right? He had a Fisherman that he could have pulled to activate the King Tower at any time, which I don't think could have avoided the victory. I don't think it's the one crucial card. He's not going to. Oh, if I did that earlier, I would have won. It's not quite like that, but it certainly would have helped. And I don't know why he didn't quite bring it out and use it earlier. And then when he did, it wasn't quite the best utilization of it, I feel. And obviously this guy's a much better player than me, so I can't comment too much.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's just sort of my analysis, and it doesn't quite work out for Marius. Rooney taking that victory, and now it is 2-1 in Rooney's favour, and Marius has to fight and get 2 straight to stay in the upper bracket to go straight through to the final.
Exactly, this was really interesting actually, and but as we said, Hog Rider Earthquake build is really difficult. Really difficult to play against because Hog Rider just runs, and if you don't have the right cards for it, every single time they go, they can deal a lot of damage to you. But what happened is, Fisherman is actually a counter for Hog Rider, but I guess he just didn't have enough elixir when it mattered. He just didn't have it in his hand when he needed it, I guess. And Hog Rider was just and Royal Hogs was countered by Rooney really well. So he couldn't really get a lot of value from those Royal Hogs. And in the end, Rooney just won. And it's 2-1 right now.
Yeah, the Bond Tower, as I said, it's essentially the perfect counter to the Royal Hogs, right? So it's very difficult for him to break through and do any sort of damage with the Royal Hogs if he's just constantly just distracted. Even if Rooney, he gets it, puts on the bomb tower, cycles through, gets it back just in time for the next sort of Royal Hogs that are dropped. It's very difficult to play against, and his counter for the Royal Hogs was just better than Marius's counter for the Fisherman. He was perhaps having a lovely Saturday just fishing instead, because I don't think it was an issue with the with not having it in his hand. Right, he just didn't put him down because he didn't play it for the first 2.5 minutes or something. So I don't really know why. He should have been in his hand for a long time. So slightly odd, but I assume it must have been Elixir, like a lack of Elixir. When Hog Rider gets dropped, he just doesn't sort of put him down in time. Which, I mean, kind of sucks, but it is what it is. And that was, again, very well played by Rooney. And he just needs one more to get through to the final and be done until, well, a fair bit later when we come back for that final. And obviously, it's not ideal to be going down to the lower bracket, but someone's got to.
More practice. So another
Yeah,
another problem I saw was Marius had Mother Witch, but Rooney didn't have any swarm cards. Yeah, maybe guards, I think. Yeah, 3 units. But Rooney didn't really drop cards that many times. So that Mother Witch couldn't do as much work as it should do. Fisherman wasn't used efficiently. I think those were the small problems that he couldn't really get a lot of value from his cards in this game. But I think Marius can come back from this game. These are obviously really good players, and I am really looking forward to the next game. Let's see if he can come back, or what do you think? Do you think Marius can come back, or we are just going to watch Rooney win and take it?
I think he can. It's a good deck, right? He beat It's Mateo with it, so we'll have to see if he does bring it out again, or if he goes for that sort of a minor Firecracker Wallbreaker deck that he used previously again. As he does actually bring out this time Mighty Miner. Oh no! And
Mighty Miner gets on top of the turret, which is never good. 1,000 damage instantly done at the start of the game, which is really difficult. And the Golden Knight uses its ability to hit the turret a little bit. This is the Swarm deck that he played at the start. Oh no! This is bad news, Anthony. This is bad news.
Yeah, it's going to be... He looks like he's roughly prepared for Marius, at least. He's got the bomb tower, and he will distract the Electro Giant across to the center, and that Giant will essentially get neutralized with nothing to show for it, which is nicely played by Marius, essentially, and very good value, right? 4 for a 7 trade, but that has revealed his card, and later on with a strong supporting push with that Electro Giant, it can be very difficult for Marius to deal with. As a Rocket does go down, take down the Inferno Dragon that was placed by Rooney, and that's a -2 trade for Marius, but he does damage to the tower, and that's essentially what you want, right? So it's nicely played so far by Marius, as again, a push comes through, and this is what I was talking about, is the support coming through from, or with that Electro Giant. He's going to get, once again, distracted towards the center. Mighty Miner can't do anything against him, but the Princess Towers and the Bomb Tower should be able to take him down quite nicely.
Yeah, another problem is Marius has Rocket, right? And he's ahead in right now in hit points. Because this is the way it is, there is a lot of pressure on Rooney. Because he'll just drop the rockets on the left turret if he gets behind. So all Marius has to do is just defend. As long as he can defend and just not lose, he'll just win this game. So right now it is really difficult for Rooney. And Rooney's deck, yeah, it has push with the Electro Giant, but every single time he drops the Electro Giant, Marius is just going to drop the tower, and nothing will happen.
That's a nice distraction with that Ice Spirit, just pulling that Royal Champion away. The Dark Goblin as well doing a nice amount of damage. Goblins coming in again can do a bit more, a little bit of chip damage, and 30 seconds left. Marius just has to hold on. Whether he can or not, I think he should be able to. With the Goblin Cage just being put down, that's an odd play from Rooney, right? You've got full Elixir, and perhaps, he wants to use it to defend, but he doesn't need to defend. He obviously does, but he needs to push in through. He needs to make a massive push with 10 seconds left. He's not going to win. He doesn't have enough time. He's 1,000 HP behind on that tower. The Inferno Dragon isn't going to be able to lock on. He's going to be dead before anything, and the game is over. Marius strikes back in very tremendous. I think tremendous fashion. We're actually in overtime. Never mind, completely forgot everything I was just saying.
Time.
But it's looking strong for Marius. Oh man, I just had a brain fart.
Yeah, I agree. It's 1,200 hit points for the left tower, and as you said, like even if it's not over right now, it's going to be over in 1 minute and 40 seconds. I am guessing that it's going to be over before, because as cycles happen, Marius is just hitting that left tower 100, 200. 100, 200. So over time, it's just going to be over. As you said, Rooney needs a big push. There comes the Goblin Barrel again. Is this push going to be enough? The tower is destroyed. Electro Giant may reach the tower, but Tornado and the log stops. And there's only one zap that happens, which is not near enough. Infernal Dragon also has very low HP, while reaching that turret. And what Marius is doing is just doing the same thing at the start of the game.
I think
The
the
gob-
minor
yeah.
misplay that Marius was doing is like when he, as you see there, with the goblins, he drops them, and then they actually spread apart. Whereas if he has them together, the fire spirit will kill them instantly. So like that, the fire spirit kills one, doesn't matter. The goblins are still able to do damage. 6 HP left. He can rocket it, and the game is over. Marius
There
taking
comes
that
the
victory
nuke.
pretty strong, right? Yeah, the nuke that just destroys the tower entirely. It's nicely done from Marius, coming back into it swinging. And, well, it's a best of 5, and we'll see all 5 games.
Exactly, it's 2-2. Let's go to the final game. When it's the 5th game in best of 5, it is always very exciting. And since they both won with 2 decks, they are going to use their last deck. Both players, and which is very interesting. The thing is, the first play was so unlucky. Like, Rooney lost 1,000 damage. This game is a momentum game. This game is about pushing an advantage, getting an advantage, and keeping that advantage. So, when at the start you lose a big advantage, you are nervous. If you wait, you are just going to lose. You need to do something which, in turn, makes you more prone to making mistakes. Marius just hold on, just threw the goblin barrel, the rocket, whenever, and he even used the log to deal damage to the enemy towers, and then he just won by chipping it.
Yeah, that's he's exactly right, and that was perfectly done by Marius. And I mean, I can say I'm a fan of that deck, right? I love Goblin Barrel, I love the Rocket Cycle. I'm just one of those awful players, but it was done very well by Marius. Nice countering of that Electro Giant. He got, what was it? I don't even think he punched the tower once. He got one, maybe 2 zaps onto it. So it's solid defense, not just offense with that, with the barrel and the rocket and whatnot. But the defense was just, yeah, it was stellar. And we're gonna have to see. Obviously, you can't use that deck again for this final matchup, so we're gonna have to see what he brings out. If he does go for that chip miner poison sort of damage deck that we haven't seen him use so far, or if he wants to go with that Royal Hogs giant skeleton deck, which again didn't quite work out for him. Obviously, the first matchup he didn't have the Arch Queen Mortar Valkyrie deck. And that almost won the win. That was a very close game. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that being brought out once again. It was a solid deck. And obviously for Rooney, on the other hand, what is he going to go for?
Yeah, I think Rooney is going to go with the Poison Miner, and Marius is going to go with the Miner Fireball Skeleton Archer Queen deck. Like, I think this is going to be the decks. And in these decks, I think Rooney has a small edge, but we are going to have to see what happens. But as I said, like, Rooney's deck, if they bring out the Poison Miner and the Archer Queen decks, if those are the decks that we see, Rooney will have a small edge, but those are really close decks. They kind of function the same way. Only thing is that Rooney's wall breakers are really dangerous, and I don't think Marius is going to have a way to stop them. I think he did use his log and will not have the log spell.
Yeah, that was obviously in the last deck, wasn't it? Yeah.
So Rooney will have a slight edge, but one mistake is all it takes. So it's at the end of the day, it is about the players. Unless one deck counters the other entirely, like you have Mother Witch against the Swarm deck, which just, if you have that, you just instantly win. Unless there's a big counter like that, it is about the players. Do you have a prediction?
That's a good question. I'm going to go with Marius, right? I said it from the start that he's the underdog and he's made quite a few surprises. So I want to say that he can take this with whatever deck he brings out. As I say, I think there's going to be a bit of an issue. He doesn't have the Tornado, doesn't have the Log, doesn't have the Barbarian Barrel. So that could be an issue if Rooney does bring out these wall breakers. But also he does have arrows, so he could obviously just counter them immediately with that. So it's going to be it's gonna be interesting to see what the matchup is. But yeah, Marius, I don't know. I'm gonna root for him. I don't think there's either one of them because they're so close together in terms of sort of skill level and ability that they really could go either way. But I feel like, I don't know, Marius is going to be feeling, especially after that last thing. You said it's about momentum. It's also about, psychology, right? Marius won that thing. He's going to be feeling good. He's ready to go straight away. Rooney somewhat taking a bit longer and sort of, I don't know, a bit slower. So maybe it's got to him, maybe not. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this as well. So, like, let me ask you this question about like overall this tournament. What are your favorite decks that our players played? What are the decks like that said, "Oh, this was really good"? What are those that you
I
are
love the last
thinking of?
Marius deck. As I said, I love Goblin Barrel, I love Rocket. That's just a great, Dark Goblin. It's all my favorite cards in that deck. It is great fun, but also I'm just the kind of person.
Yeah,
who
that's
plays
a
that
very
game.
cheesy deck, though.
I mean,
Like,
it is very cheesy, but
that's a very
his
cheesy
his
deck.
push with the golem, it was different from everything else, which I loved as well, and it's always nice to see a massive push. But then it also contrasts the use of the Archer Queen, right, and that mortar miner deck. I enjoyed that more than I enjoyed the miner chip poison one. So
I see.
yeah,
I
as we
like the
do,
Hog Rider Earthquake deck, but that's just me, I guess.
unbelievable, unbelievable. As we do get into the final match of this best of 5, the upper bracket final. It is Marius taking on David Rooney.
Miners
As
here, but the bats are going to hit him. But he does deal all right damage, but the counter miner is there, and he's actually going to be left alone. That's not nice, and he did get a bunch of damage. That's interesting. The Rascals is not a card that we see a lot, and the Archer Queen's ability is used, and she does really deal a lot of damage. And the cannon is there to defend, and mortar is just going to break it. Wall breakers are going to destroy the mortar, because if you don't deal with that mortar, it's just going to deal a bunch of damage to your towers. And I think players are just going to send miners at each other this game.
yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate observation, right? There's me sitting there doing chip damage to each other, and yeah, Marius. I think at the moment, as from what we can see, that's his main mode of damage, is hopefully sneaking a wall breaker or two through. Spear goblins just chipping away just like that, and the miner. And obviously Rooney has the exact same thing as well, unless he has something else up his sleeve. And obviously as well as the option of the mortar,
Oh.
as that comes through, the Valkyrie is brought out, and that should just about kill them both. Nicely placed by Rooney, as the miner will continuously chip damage to it and, well, continue to fire away.
Valkyrie is the number one counter to wall breakers, so it is really fortunate that Rooney actually has that. So as long as he has Valkyrie and enough elixir in his hand, wall breakers will not be a problem, and that mortar hurt a lot. And
Yeah,
the
yeah,
spear
really did.
goblins are going to hurt, but the bats, I think, are going to slow them down enough. The miner is there, the poison is there. Rooney did pull out the miner poison deck with a little twist. And the wall breakers.
No.
Oh no! Oh,
That was a
special
crossfire with
delivery
Valkyrie.
was important.
Yeah, that was a very, very crucial play coming out of him there. He puts the Valkyrie down to try and counter the miner, and you think, oh, he's got it. But then, as you say, special delivery comes in, he arrives, squashes them flat. The miner and poison is looking to do continuous damage, and at this moment in time, Rooney does have the advantage, and that poison can just continuously chip away over and over, and he's looking like he's golden at this point in time. 800 HP more on his tower, as the miner continues to go in and do damage, but he's just being read so well. The Valkyrie comes in, and at this point, I believe Rooney just has it. He's got that miner able to cycle in and destroy him with the poison. He puts that more defensively as a fireball will come in, but perhaps a bit too late. The poison's here, and Rooney can just hold on and defend.
Exactly. All Rooney has to do is just defend as well as he can and just send minor poisons, and then that's it. As long as these wall breakers don't reach as long as he can hold them with the special delivery with the Valkyrie. I like calling it special delivery. It's not called that.
Is it not?
I think no, it's not. It's just what I like saying when I'm using it. So, as long as he can stop wall breakers, I think he is golden, and he does take the turret with the poison and the miner.
Yeah, right down to the wire again. Once at the end, the miner goes across, starts hitting the tower, damaging him away, and there's nothing that Marius can do to counter him. And it's unfortunate for Marius, obviously, but that is GG for him. He's down to the lower bracket, and Rooney will go and sit pretty in that upper bracket final. And what a game! What do you think of that? What did you make of that? It was duel of the chip damage, right?
Yeah, I did guess the minor poison deck from Rooney because like that's what I would go with, but I didn't guess. By the way, that spell is called Royal Delivery, I think. So
Yeah.
I didn't think he can deal with the wall breakers, but he did bring the Royal Delivery and he did bring the Valkyrie. He knew that Marius would have wall breakers. There is no other reason you bring those two on the deck like that, I think. So he just brought those. He just dealt with the wall breakers whenever they spawned. And then he just chipped and chipped and chipped at the end. If the wall breakers do not reach, Poison Miner will just take the turret.
Yeah, yeah. And well, it does work out for Rooney, as you say, and 3-2 in that best of 5, and it's looking good for the final with whoever's playing there whenever we get there. But at the moment, we've got the the lower brackets. Not right now. We've got Saint Belican versus Izmatzio, and the winner of that takes on the winner of Whitey versus Hugo, and the winner of that game will be taking on Marius, and the winner of that game will go on through to see Rooney again. So we won't be seeing him for a while. But we will be back with Clash Royale very, very soon, a very quick break. So make sure you stick around and be back for more. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more Clash Royale action on University Esports Masters. And it's been an absolute roller coaster of a ride so far. We just witnessed the upper bracket victory for David Rooney, taking down Marius 3-2 in that best of 5, and that was spectacular. But now we do slide on down to the lower bracket to watch a few of the games there. And well, it's looking to be an interesting one. You got any predictions on these matchups? Obviously, I'm here with Bart. I didn't even introduce you back again. I'm sorry.
So, like, when we look at the lower bracket, it doesn't look like the lower bracket. There are great players there. Like Mario is great, Matteo is great. We are going to see who wins, but like I believe Mario was really good. So what I think is Mario is just going to emerge from the lower bracket, and then we are just going to watch the finale again. So Rooney is there waiting in the finals with one win in his pocket because he won the final. And I believe that Mario is just going to come from the lower, say hi Rooney, I'm back, and then we are just going to watch who wins it all.
Yeah. We'll have to see if that does come to fruition. As at the moment, we've got It's Matteo taking on St. Bellicum. We've got the Brits from University of Nottingham taking on, I believe he's Italian, the man who almost took down Marius earlier on in what should be a very, very interesting matchup. Royale goes dropped already on the left side. Monk as well dropped by It's Matteo. And the Fisherman brought out by St. Bellicum too.
Exactly. So Monk is also here. So the Monk's ability will probably be used, but since there are no range characters, I think it should be fine. Yeah, Monk's ability kind of went to the was kind of useless, and Fisherman just pulls the Monk. And then there is the St. Bellicum push coming from the left, but Infernal Dragon is dealing a lot of damage, and St. Bellicum doesn't have very efficient ways to deal with the Infernal Dragon. That will be a very big problem if the Infernal Dragon does manage. Okay, the Zappers are really good. So St. Bellicum has to keep Zappers to deal with the Infernal Dragon. Fisherman comes up very clutch here, but there is still it does not hit the tower at all. If that charge hits the towers, it does really hurt a lot. Right now, Matteo actually dealt a lot of damage to the left turret and still keeps on attacking. Oh, that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's a lot done by the Lumberjack on the left side. It looks like St. Bellicum's really on the back foot here, panicking a lot. Obviously, dropped the Zappies to try and counter that Inferno Dragon. Instantly fireballed. Drops the Mirror Zappies, which are more expensive, and they're not really able to do anything. And as you can see, Goblin on fire right now. He's looking very uncomfortable. There is a fire right underneath him, and it's going to be getting very uncomfortable very quickly. Monk again dropped by Matteo, looking to try and just tank that damage. And with the push coming through, well, we may see if it actually does come through, as the Magic Archer is dropped on the right side. Giant Skeleton here to support the one single Zappy on the left side by St. Bellicum. And the Monk, with that pushback damage, well, he's pushing back somewhat, but as those Zappies on the right side are destroyed by the Magic Archer, with the Royal Hogs now finally dropped in, arrows coming in as well, the Lumberjacks have to do a lot of damage, as it doesn't look like the Hogs really actually get to the tower.
Amazing defense by It's Matteo, actually, because he dropped down the barrel, he put down all the units, and he blocked the Hogs, and he actually killed the Hogs fast enough, which we don't really see a lot. And the Magic Archer's position is also really good, and he's actually dealing a lot of damage in the middle. And that Infernal Dragon is just going to shred the Skeleton Giant. And at the end, Matteo is just defending really solidly. He's not letting any damage come to his turrets, and the Hogs are coming in again this time. They will be able to reach the tower and will actually deal 600 damage, but there will be a counter push right now. The Lumberjack is here. Magic Archer is also dealing a lot of damage, but the defense is good. Let's see, with the rage, will this charge land? It does land for 500 damage, and the tower is almost dead. Matteo has fireballs. This is not looking good.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all, as he looks to continue to try and push back. Barbarian Barrel is just about good for distracting it, as the bomb will almost kill the Inferno Dragon. Royal Hogs are dropped in, but with a fireball, perhaps Magic Archer, he could actually do a lot of damage. Instead, he drops the Lumberjack, and with the Monk as well pushing them back, damage is done to the tower, but this may just be all he needs, right? If he can just like if Mateo can defend against this, he can just drop this fireball and push through, and well, take him down and take the victory. It'll be very, very difficult to counter. As the Ram Rider comes down, there's nothing St. Billiken can really do to counter it. The arrows come in, but it does nothing. Kills the goblins, but the Ram Rider pushes through. Will take the tower, and that is 1-0 to Mateo. Well, in terms of grounds and in terms of the series, a strong start for the Italian. Not so great for the Brit.
Yeah, we did talk about this. This game is a momentum game. And like the first push, it comes, it deals a lot of damage, like 1,000 damage again. And like at the end, there was a really good push by St. Pelican with the Hogs, but just wasn't enough. Those Hogs were stopped on their tracks once, and the second push, it just wasn't strong enough because he lost too much. His only good push came when his tower was 250 HP, which is like 2 fireballs.
Yeah, exactly.
Just,
you say that.
Yeah.
It's just not too much, right? Like you can do at that point. It was a nice effort from him there, but as you say, a bit too late. And I think one crucial factor, right, was the lack of counter for the Ram Rider. He had the Zappies, which obviously they stun it and stuff, but then you need to do the damage to it. And if the Zappies instantly get fireballed, you can't really do anything against it. And obviously you have as well. He had the Fisherman, but if he pulls him out into the middle of nowhere, the Ram Rider will just run back towards the tower again. And
Yeah.
we saw that, and it's you've got to have a good counter for that. As once again, St. Pelican drops the Royal Hogs as Parky dropped by its Mateo to try and counter them, and it does enough damage to kill all of them. Nice wide berth, and damage is done to the tower, about 800 odd by St. Pelican, but now there's a Sparky on the board.
yeah, while it does do enough damage, it also does Hogs actually do 600 damage before, so Sparky gets grabbed. I think it will one-shot Fisherman. Oh no, it doesn't, and Fisherman is actually used so well because Zappies were there, I think, and this is a big efficient usage of Elixir, and he just has a lot of tempo. St. Pelican right now has an advantage in HP and advantage in tempo, and Royal Hogs are right now hitting the left tower, and there is no counterplay right now. That tower is going to take more than half of its HP in damage. Those Hogs are almost destroys the left tower. Dark Prince is right now pushing from the left, but I think he should have a way to stop it. Yes, the Skeleton Giant gets dropped down and the Dark Prince gets distracted. Mini P.E.K.K.A is a great tank killer. A very unorthodox deck from Itzmatio with Sparky and Mini P.E.K.K.A.
I like it though, right? Like, I don't think he's going to win this because the damage done so far is just significant. It's just instrumental for St. Pelican to take this victory. But it is nice, right? Goblin Giant, Sparky, Mini P.E.K.K.A. As you said, very unconventional, very, very quirky perhaps, to use like a Sparky at this level. And if used well, it is fantastic, but I don't think it is. It's not going to not used well. It's going to be very hard. And then that may be proven wrong, as the Goblin Giant and the Dark Knight are dropped. Rage as well. Zappy's not able to do anything, and Sparky will fire away. He does so much damage to the tower. And the other side, the Royal Ghost will take down his own tower. And it's a 1-for-1 trade. As the Mini P.E.K.K.A is dragged across by the Fisherman, the Sparky is still just firing away. He drops a Royal Ghost that instantly dies. Just gets vaporized by the Sparky. And is looking good still for St. Pelican. But with this double elixir, this could change everything. And this is where Itzmateo could get momentum.
This is the most efficient use of Sparky I have ever seen. He two-shots the turret, and that Sparky actually kills a ton of units, actually. And that push was really good. I thought St. Pelican would just get this for free. Right now, he's still at a disadvantage. But look at that Sparky. If it can get to the crown turret, I'm scared what it can do. Crown turret is getting destroyed. Sparky keeps getting distracted, and Zappies are going to stop Sparky, but Dark Prince is going to do his best to help Sparky, and there is another one coming on its way. The thing is, none of these decks have any long range or chip damage.
A lot of damage getting done to the King Tower as well. Firing away at the Giant Skeleton eventually does take down the Sparky and the Mini P.E.K.K.A, but with this consistent just pressure from it to Mateo. It's making it very uncomfortable for St. Belican. And even though he does have the HP advantage, St. Belican, also it's Matteo is just, as I say, putting so much pressure on him. And we'll have to see if that pressure does actually amount to anything. Because at this point, 1 minute left on the clock, he's got to do something. He's going to make a difference. But St. Belican, he's got to try and hold on and not let him do that. As the Rages drop the Extra Dragon here to try and support the push as well. Giant Goblin pushing through, or Goblin Giant, sorry. And we'll do, again, more damage to that tower. But here, it looks like a push is coming from St. Belican. He's pushing towards the, well, at least the 3 crowd, but if anything, he should be probably trying to go towards that lower tower. The low HP tower, at least.
As you mentioned, the timer is for St. Belican though. In 40 seconds, he's just going to win, unless it's Matteo does something. So it's Matteo has to do something, but those Sparkies are being stopped by Zappies, by Fishermen. It is really difficult to do something right now. Every single time he just drops the Zappies to stop those Sparky, and this time it's Mateos goes for the left lane because the right lane is very crowded. The Giant Goblin is hitting the tower, but it's just 500 damage missing, and in 10 seconds that Sparky has to hit that turret. Giant Goblin is still walking. The Rage is here. Zappies are hitting. But in the right side, more damage was put onto the right tower, so St. Belican won this game, but it was not as close as he would have liked.
Yeah, he started off so strong. He got both the towers down to half HP essentially, and at that point you think, yeah, it's set, it's easy. He's got an easy win. It wasn't by any means at all, which is just very crazy, right? Showing Matteo is just really sticking in there. He's got the perseverance. He's got the will and the gut to stick in there, and that is fantastic to see. It shows that we really are getting treated with a series here. And yeah. I mean, yeah, like it's spectacular. And he almost had it, right? He had it on the back foot consistently with that Sparky, with the mini picker, with the Goblin Giant, just pushing through, getting that pressure. And right at the end, especially, if that mini picker just somehow snuck through, hit the tower once, that's Mateo's game to win. That he would have won. You know, it's very down to the wire, very close.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Those hogs are so dangerous. Royal hogs, like if you miss them, they dealt it's like 1500 damage to that turret. Just 4 hogs, nothing else. It is very dangerous if you miss them, and you should be very careful. And here we go to the next game. All the sides are waiting for the other one to make a move so they can counter it, and the first move comes up. So there's the Lumberjack.
That's for the Bandit as well, obviously. Matteo getting that little dash, and we haven't seen that card used so far, and it's a bad card, honestly. 3 elixir, nice and cheap, and can do some very nice, a nice charge bonus damage, and then also a nice amount of DPS with those hits each time. And then we do see the P.E.K.K.A. being brought out, and you know what? Not bad. I've not seen it. We've not seen it in this tournament, and I've not seen it too many times. The player used to cast. I think he actually was in the last UEM 2 years ago, perhaps. He was a massive fan of the P.E.K.K.A. and utilised it so well. And we'll have to see if Matteo can do the exact same thing, as he has the Archqueen supporting the P.E.K.K.A. He's got the Battle Ram on the left side. St. Belican, he's just not really playing anything yet. He uses the Barbarian Barrel to try and counter the Battle Ram, but it's just not doing enough damage. The Bandit will get in. He'll sit there, or she'll sit there and hit away. And that left tower is essentially going down.
That left tower is gone, I would say. The thing is that P.E.K.K.A. drew so much attention that the left tower just had to be left alone. And that Bandit, as you mentioned, with 3 elixir actually did so much in the left lane. There comes the Golden Knight with the dash ability to the Electro Wizard, but it's just not going to be enough. It's just a 1-for-1 trade. And right now, St. Belican is in a very, very bad situation with 500 HP. The thing is, P.E.K.K.A. can be countered by many cards, but there aren't those cards in St. Belican's deck, I think. There are no swarm cards. So P.E.K.K.A. is going to do a bunch of damage this game.
I was going to say, I think the last card for St. Belican, I feel like it's going to be the Golem, right? Which isn't really good for him.
Yeah.
The P.E.K.K.A. The P.E.K.K.A. is an absolutely fantastic, perfect counter to the Golem. And there you go, we see it dropped. And this is going to be awkward as Matteo just drops the P.E.K.K.A. just as I was expecting. Archer Queen behind him as well. And I don't think that Golem's going to be getting anywhere. And at this rate, Matteo can just sit here and defend. But you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if he just push through. As the arrows do come through, Phoenix here to try and support it, and Barbarian Barrel as well along with that. We'll take down the Archer Queen, and as I say that, he's actually doing well, but another Beggar's dropped. He thinks otherwise, as a massive push is coming through that left side. Arrows coming out once again. Zap as well, and he's continuing to push, but not much damage is done. And barely anything at all, and the Phoenix will die, the Royal Champion as well. And that the push just falls entirely flat.
This was an amazing fight with zero effect on the game state. Both sides used like 6 to 7 units, like 25 to 30 elixir worth of units, and no damage to the turrets. And it is happening again. So this is what we are going to watch. Saint Pelican is going to try to push with the golems, with the units from the left side, and Matteo is going to try to defend. But this time, I think he's being overwhelmed. Actually, the Phoenix number of Phoenixes right now 2. And there's another unit there too, and Ghost King will not be enough to hold it. And there comes the Lumberjack with the rage. It is...
Yeah, he's going through, he's just pushing. I did not think he'd be able to sort of come back from this, but that Queen, that's a mistake to pull. What are you doing? No, Matteo! He pops the Archer Queen's ability. She goes invisible, doesn't take the damage, and then just hit the tower instead. And from the brinks of destruction, Saint Pelican, he just pulls it out of the bag. That is nuts. You can't do that. What?
That was so amazing. I thought Matteo had it for 100%. One push, Saint Pelican did 2700 damage in one push, one unending push. Saint Pelican just could not relieve himself of those units. The units kept coming. He just tried to kill them, tried to hold them back, but it wasn't enough. One golem, about 3 phoenixes, I think 2 barrels, a bunch of tornadoes. It was just so scary, and the way that this win actually deals damage to your mental too, Anthony. And like Matteo probably feels the pressure right now because he's down 2-1, I think. Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the same deck that Marius used to take down Rooney, right? And that was, again, fantastically used. And not as, I think, as clean or as flawless as Marius used it against Rooney. As obviously he did dip down to 400 HP on the tower, and we were sitting there, we were just writing him off at all. But I think we said right at the start of the broadcast with the types of decks, and that one right there was right on the brink, used by Saint Pelican, right? He put down the Elixir Collector. It was just ignored by Matteo. He was just going to take that tower. And if he had taken that tower fully, if he had pushed all the way through and fully taken it, he would have won. But Saint Pelican held on by this much. This much he held on by. And he got that Elixir Collector just churning it out, getting it back. And eventually he got that Elixir advantage. He puts Matteo on the back foot. Matteo's just going to spam down cards to try and get anything, throwing it at the wall to make him stop. And he doesn't. He doesn't stop. Pelican pushes all the way through, takes the tower, takes the game, and takes it up 2-1. And that is, I mean, that's what Clash Royale is about, right? It's fantastic. You have no idea, which you have an idea usually, but you can come back from that close if you are a good player and you've got, I don't know, a good process and a good deck. It can all come to fruition in the end, as we do get into the 4th game, and Pelican looking to take it 3-1 it will be.
Here comes the spirits and a mortar, and if the mortar musketeer is used, so the mortar doesn't lock onto the turret. There comes the mighty miner, and guards on the other side. Will he use the mighty miner's ability? And the guards are used to stop the other guards and the mighty miner as well. I don't think if he can reach it. Even if he reaches it, it will just be a little bit of damage. And there is the counter mighty miner. And are these the same decks? I think so.
They may be, yeah, they may be. It looks like it. Why not? They're good decks, right? As the miner goes out, looking to do a little bit of chip damage on their musketeer, looking to finish him off. Poison going out as well, and the Hog Rider is dropped. So not the exact same deck, but relatively similar, as the guards are dropped as well to try and counter that Hog Rider. He only gets 1 hit off, but the musketeer dies to the poison. And, well, relatively similar elixir. Yet there's a slight advantage, somewhat, for Pelican in terms of HP.
That was a really good usage of Mighty Miner's ability, actually. And there's a musketeer used, so it distracts the Mighty Miner, and I think he's just going to go down. And right now it is relatively similar. I think one of them is going to use the poison miner and the other one is going to use the earthquake rock hog rider.
Yeah, very nice cycle decks. We'll have to see who comes out on top in this clash of the Titans. Again, Miner coming out, and this time Poison isn't dropped. There's a log instead, but the log doesn't do anything. It's the final card seen by St. Belican as the guards take him down and look to charge straight across the bridge from Ice Spirit. Lovely card, such a low elixir, one just to use. Yet it's so effective as the Mighty Miner looks to clash against the Mighty Miner. Musketeer drops on the right side by Mateo, and a Musketeer drops on the left side to support the Miner, along with guards on the left side. And this is getting interesting now as the Poison's dropped in a bit of a last-ditch scenario. Ice Spirit as well, log 2, and damage is done. The Miner will go down, and the Hog will only get one hit off as well before eventually going down himself.
Really nice defending by Saint Belican the right side. I thought that right turret was done for. It was going to take a lot of damage, but he did defend it really well. But there is another Hog Rider coming in right now, and that log stops some damage, but both of Saint Belican's towers are under 300, about 300 HP, and this is still anyone's game. But Mateo has the edge by just a little bit, I would think.
Again,
Hog
Hog Rider coming in.
yeah.
He doesn't really have a counter for this. Obviously, he's got the mortar that he can just try to distract it. And I was going to say that. He doesn't have a counter for it. He actually counters it perfectly. He has the Ice Spirit, he has the log, and it works expertly as the Mighty Miners drop down. He uses his ability, pops on the other side, and the mortar is dropped by St. Belican. But he's just going to be looking onto that bomb tower. Poison will help out as well. Ice Spirit going through, but he needs to support that mortar. And the Musketeer, it does look onto the mortar. Poison coming in as well as two, but it's too late. The Poison's ended, and the mortar will essentially go down without getting a single hit on the tower. Nicely done by Mateo defending that as he drops a defensive mortar now. Earthquake coming in, and it will do damage to the right tower and actually give him the advantage now in terms of HP with 1:20 left on the clock.
It is incredibly close right now, and it's going to end very close too. Both decks are employing the same strategy. Miner comes in with the poison. It's going to be a bunch of damage. Might Miner does manage to kill the small Miner, but the damage is done, and the left tower is actually at 1600, which is really scary. But there is a small attack brewing left, and the Hog Riders dropped on the right with the guards and with the Mighty Miner. And I think this attack is actually really scary on the right, but he manages to stop it completely. Saint Belican's master at defending, I would say.
I mean, they start doing it so well, and once again, the mortar's brought out the Earthquake as well. Musketeer is sitting there placed perfectly to take down that Hog Rider. He doesn't get a single hit on the tower, it's just the Earthquake doing it. And at this point, it is just chip damage between all of them. They're just sitting there trying to chip away with only spells. Mortar coming in distracts the Hog Rider. The Ice Spirit this time tanking all of the damage at the front. Ice Spirit to counter the Ice Spirit, slowing and freezing the Hog Rider. Miner versus Miner on the right side, and it's 10 seconds left. It looks like St. Belican's going to take it here unless he can somehow, or Mateo can somehow take it through and push him through, but he can't. He's got the Earthquake. The Mortar's distracting the Hog Rider. The Miner going back and continuing to do chip damage. It is a good game indeed, as St. Belican, by 400 HP, takes the game 3-1. He will continue through this lower bracket to take on Hugo, as Mateo is eliminated.
It was a very interesting game. This was one of those games that we talked about at the start of the broadcast. Both of them defending really well, both of them sending their chip damage constantly. But the thing is, Saint Belican just defended superbly. Like that defense on right side, right lane, those defense on Hog Riders, Mighty Miners. There were sometimes I was like, okay, like it's over. Like Mateo just managed to push. This is it. But every single time he managed to defend it. And he did it in a really chill fashion, in a very casual fashion. Good job, well played.
Yeah, I think that's one thing at this high level of Clash Royale, right? Is it's the defense. It is the defense. It goes down so close, and you think, oh no, he's gonna get hit off. He's gonna do something. He's gonna do this. He's gonna do that. No, they just about die. They'll just by the slither of their HP, they just die. The log comes through just at the last second, and the Hog Rider doesn't get a hit, and it's so close, which is it's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's fantastic to watch, though. It really is. As we will be back with small Clash Royale after this, it will be St. Belican, the man returning from Nottingham. Fantastic, or from at least from the University of Nottingham, taking on Hugo, who won his game respectively 3-1. But we'll be back after a break with more action, so stick around for that. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the University Esports Masters. I'm at Pulio, and I'm once again joined by Baha. We've got more Clash Royale action for you. We are in the round 4 of the lower bracket, and it is Hugo taking on St. Belican in a rematch, which we didn't see on stream earlier, I don't believe, as Hugo did take down St. Belican 3-2. We'll have to see if it goes the same way or if it goes the other way. The winner of this is going through to the lower bracket finals and is guaranteed €100 at least from the prize pool. So I guess something a little bit of thing to think of for them to think about, at least, as to keep in mind, just to add to the mounting pressure of them playing in this fragile game. What are your thoughts on the bracket so far, Baha?
So the bracket is actually really interesting. We see St. Belican when he fell to the lower brackets fairly fast, but then he has been coming real strong in the lower bracket, and right now he is in the last game before any prize is won. So this is a really important one. Other than that, Hugo actually did manage to go a fair way in the upper bracket. He just fell down to the lower bracket and he just won 3-1. It will be a very difficult match for this two great players. As you said, Hugo did beat Saint Pelican before, which is actually a morale boost probably for Hugo. But you never know. Saint Pelican did play really well last game. And let's see if he will be able to get this win.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting matchup to say the least. And we'll have to see quite what decks they bring out, because I assume Hugo was watching that game from St. Pelican and he's going to be aware of what sort of decks St. Pelican's going to be bringing out, if he's going to be bringing out that massive Golem push, which worked out well for St. Pelican. And I think worked out for Hugo versus, worked out for Marius versus David Rooney. Regardless, we get into it. It is the first game of this best of 5. The winner going through to the lower brackets final and taking on Marius to try and have a chance to win the first place prize versus David. As we do get into it, Barbarian Barrel used Phoenix, dropped as well guards to counter the Barbarian Barrel, and well, it's a very, very slow start. I have a feeling it's going to be mostly chip damage. What do you think, Bar?
Let's see. Phoenix, like, these cards exist in every single deck, so we still don't know what the decks are, but Hugo's deck does not look like a big push deck. Yeah, it is a Hog Rider Earthquake deck probably, and the Tornado actually activates the King Tower fairly early, which is really good for Saint Pelican.
Yeah, nicely utilized Tornado there, held in his hand and just waiting. I was somewhat unsure of just, he's sitting there, nothing's happening. Why is he not doing anything for the Hog Rider? Ah, that is why. He drops the Tornado, beautifully done. Activates King Tower, as you say, and that's a lot of, a little extra help, I guess, to take down the any attacking Hog Riders in the future. As the Mighty Miner looks to try and counter the Electro Giant, he's just getting stunned, he can't do anything. He will pop the ability, go across to the other side, but the damage is already done. He's had a lot of damage done to him. And this is a fantastic push coming through from St. Pelican. He's got the Phoenix, he's got the Bomber, he's got the Royal Champion as well. Hog Rider to try and distract them, but the Royal Champion doesn't care. He's pushing all the way through, and he's just slapping that tower away. Hog Rider pulled away, gets one hit off on the tower, but the Phoenix is here as well, along with the Barbarian. And this may just take it down. I think it will.
Oh my god, what is this? It's down!
Yeah, and Hugo realizes the game's up. He just puts down the. I'm assuming that wasn't a misplacement. That was just a, admittance of defeat, a bit of a, just folding essentially, and that should be it. Hugo was basically they can just defend now.
Yeah, I was about to say Saint Pelican's deck is a pushing deck, and Hugo's deck is a chip damage deck. But yeah, that push happened faster than expected. Look at, like, Saint Pelican's deck is a very expensive deck, so it activates in ×2, maybe ×3 elixir. But he got the tower so early, and now he's going for the second one on the right lane. He's pushing on the right. He drops another Electro Giant on the left. He's pushing from all directions, and like, this is really scary. The right turret is about to go down. A Phoenix is coming. The King Tower is about to go down. He's going for the 3 crowns.
Yeah, he's got it. It's an easy game. Somewhat after that push from St. Pelican, it was very nervous to start off with, but after that tower's gone down, there's no coming back for Hugo. He's just has to capitulate it. He gives it up. He concedes, and he'll just back away and tries, I guess, somewhat, but he can't get off, and he'll eventually obviously lose the King Tower at the end. But a fantastic push from St. Pelican. Really well utilized deck there. Not the Golem, but instead it used the Electro Giant with support from all the surrounding players, and that was very nicely done. I think it was just unfortunately for Hugo, I think it was just a very nice deck matchup for St. Pelican. He had the perfect counters for every counter that Hugo had, right? Hugo had the Miner, which didn't counter the Mighty Miner, which didn't counter the Electro Giant. He did utilize the Bomb Tower, which is, I guess I'm slightly confused by. He could have put that down to distract the Electro Giant, as we've seen previously. He draws him away, but I mean, it didn't work. It was nicely done from Pelican, and he takes that first one 3-0, goes up 1-0 in this best of 5.
I think this is the first Stomp we watched. Like, I think St. Pelican's towers were missing 1,000 damage combined, like maybe a little bit more, and he got 3 crowns. Like, this was a Stomp, and this was the first one we watched. So this must be a great boost of morale. But as you said, this deck was really Electro Giant just countered the Mighty Miner incredibly, and he really did get very good pushes. And he like Tornado is really good against Hog Rider, and Electro Giant is really good against Mighty Miner, so he just uses those really well. He builds up a good push, he utilizes the push, and it's just over. Like, well played.
Yeah, very, very nicely done from St. Pelican. And as you say, it's got to be a big ego boost, I think, and a nice confidence boost for St. Pelican to just stomp Hugo so dominantly, right? And we'll have to see if you can come back from that. That's somewhat tilting. And we'll have to see if St. Pelican can continue in that fashion or if Hugo can bounce back as we get into the next game. And it's a very slow start. Everyone just waiting patiently. I remember back in, when was it? I don't know, 3 years ago, and people would just sit here with this and just not do anything because they want to wait for the elixir. Not ideal, but nevertheless, we've moved on from that as we have the Skeleton Dragons brought out and not that commonly seen arrows to support them. Electro Wizard will essentially do enough damage to take them down, and he'll go down himself, but damage is done to St. Pelican.
Yeah, Hugo has a small edge. Like, it doesn't matter that St. Pelican stomped Hugo. What matters is winning the series. And it doesn't matter if you got 3 crowns or 1. What matters is if you won the game. And right now, Hugo has a small advantage. And we see the Skeleton King. We haven't seen him today, I think. And he does use the ability. Because it's really good against Prince. And he just destroys Prince for nothing. And now he's pushing. But Infernal Dragon is actually really dangerous for Skeleton King because he cannot do anything against it. And yeah, he's just going to get shredded by it. And another Infernal Dragon at the other side. The thing is, Hugo doesn't have any electricity users, I think. So, Infernal Dragon might be very dangerous for Hugo.
There's still one card that we haven't seen from Hugo yet, so it could be the Electro Wizard, it could be a Zap, who knows?
Yeah.
The Flying Machine does do a nice chunk of damage off of that tower, and so far Hugo continues to be relatively dominant. I think we've seen quite a few of the cards out of St. Pelican. Again, one still not seen. We'll have to see quite what he can do as he drops the Prince on the right side, see if he's supported by Wall Breakers, which he is, as the Skeleton King does come out and try to take them down, and they are finished off the same with arrows. The Flying Machine from Hugo on the left side continues to do damage, and that just may be the crucial factor. He's done so much damage to that left tower, and Pelican, he's got to do something to change it up. At this current stage, he is on the back foot by a decent margin.
I don't think Pelican has enough resources or cards to right now make a counter play. I think he's waiting for the triple elixir, but in the triple elixir, St. Pelican has Mega Knight, he has arrows. I think this is just a really unfortunate matchup for Hugo, and there comes the Magma Dragon, which is very interesting, to say the very least. Oh, Mega Knight manages to jump in and deals a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, that could be the difference factor, because now obviously they both have arrows, but he's got a chance to do here. And this is actually, a relatively common deck, somewhat, I guess, is the Lava Hound supported by the Skeleton Dragons, supported by the Flying Machine, supported by the Inferno Dragon. And that can do a lot of damage. And at this point in time, the Lava Hound is just chipping away by so tiny damage. And the arrows come in a bit too late, as there's still quite a few Lava Pops left, and they're continuing to chip away at the damage. And it looks like Hugo's got this. He's pushed St. Pelican backwards. The Skeleton King as well is swimming his ability, and there's not really anything St. Pelican can do about it. He'll use the arrows with the miners here, and he actually holds on by a thread. But with the Skeleton Dragon getting at least one off, I think this is going to be GG.
Yeah, he does hold on, but that Lava Hound was like that. It was just too much. He couldn't stop it in time. He wasn't strong enough, and like I am not usually a fan of Lava Hound, but he really used it really well. And right now there's the Infernal Dragons in the left lane, and Skeleton King is coming from the right lane. There's a minute left. I don't think that left tower is going to survive until that 50 seconds ends. There is Hugo is trying, St. Pelican is trying a really good attack on the left lane actually. It goes down really low, but I think that attack is done. He doesn't have any more units. And yes, there comes the Lava Hound once more. And this time, that tower is not going to handle that damage that well, I think. But he's going to try to defeat the left tower in hand. Actually, Saint Pelican was able to defend that. Oh no, 37 damage. He needs to cycle. Hugo needs to cycle arrows before it's too late. There comes an attack from Saint Pelican the left side. Actually, Skeleton King's army manages to hold down 129 damage. Minor hit.
Oh my god! That is
80.
nuts. That is nuts. 80 damage on that. I really think Hugo. I thought he had it by a long margin. Saint Pelican, again, just almost bringing it back. 80 HP on that tower. That is absolutely bananas. I cannot believe that.
Like, this was a base race. This was actually a base race. I didn't think it was going to be this close. I thought Hugo had it much easier. But actually, Saint Pelican managed to actually create a counter-attack with a big attack and go from the left lane. It was so close. It was just so close. It was the last shovel attack by that miner. Again, 1 second decided this game, and it's even right now. 1-1.
Yeah, that was so close. And really, I mean, Hugo should have had that. As he said, right from the start, he had so much damage done to that tower. And if he wouldn't have won it, he would have been kicking himself by like a mile. And I think the difference maker, or the changing point, turning point for St. Pelican was, I think he sort of realised that he can just be offensive. Because up until that point, so I think he wasn't getting I feel like he wasn't getting too aggressive or wasn't breaking through. But then as soon as he realised he couldn't really defend, he's the Inferno Dragon and the Electro Wizard. I think that was really it, and obviously arrows, to defend against Flying Machine, Inferno Dragon, Lava Hounds, Skeleton Dragons. You can't, physically can't get the matchup to defeat them, right? With just Electro Wizard, arrows, and Inferno Dragon. It's not going to work. So he thought, okay, well, you push me, I'll just push you. And eventually, he does break through. It does work out, almost getting the win. But, I mean, that close to getting that win. As we do get into the third game, hopefully. And it's been close. Who do you think is going to take this one, Baha?
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, those games are so close to each other. Saint Pelican, if he, as you said, I 100% agree. If he had just played the way he played at the end, he would have won the game. But right now, we see the Monk. I think Saint Pelican is going to win because, you know, I'm just love the Monk. And there comes the Phoenix. There comes the Golden Knight. He still has the dash. I think he didn't use it. Here comes the Magic Archer. This is actually, I think Monk is going to use the ability. Yes. This is just, yeah. Like, the way that it reflects tower shots is just so annoying. Fireball actually destroys the Phoenix's egg. Miners, oh, the Goblin Drill is here. And it might be a bunch of damage to Saint Pelican's tower. It wasn't as much as I would have expected. Here comes the Lumberjack with the Rage. Ghost King will do a little bit damage, but no, it actually activates the King Tower, which is really good for Hugo. Hugo is in a really good position right now.
Yeah, certainly feeling very strong, very comfortable at this point in time. He's a little bit behind on HP, but at this point it really doesn't matter that much. And we'll have to see quite what can happen. I have a feeling St. Pelican's going to try cheese with the Magic Archer, right? If you send the Monk in there to just tank all the damage, you set the Magic Archer behind him, and obviously he wasn't quite long enough with the range to damage the tower when he was fighting against the Phoenix. But if you can do that again and actually hit the tower this time, that may just work out. As the attack so far looking very good, and we see the Ram Rider brought out by St. Pelican looking absolutely stellar, but the Goblin Drill in an emergency fashion will be dropped, and this is exactly what I mean. The Magic Archer firing away, he'll get a lot of damage onto that tower, and that could be the difference maker. Executioner trying to clean them up, and eventually he does, but so much damage done.
That was a really nice attack, and you could see that it was going to be very effective. The second that Ram Rider was used, I was like, okay, this is going to be huge. There comes a Skeleton Giant from right side. And I think that might be very effective with the Phoenix as well. But Monk is there as Monk. Will Monk use his ability or just fall? Yeah, he just falls because I guess Saint Pelican didn't think the ability was worth the elixir. And right now the sides are just sending units to test each other, that Infernal Dragon will shred that Skeleton Giant and Golden Knight as well. There comes a Goblin Drill again, and this time it will be more effective, I think. Yeah, it does deal a bunch of damage, but this attack might be dangerous. If Saint Pelican has Ram Rider, there comes a Tornado with the Executioner. Executioner actually deals a lot of damage, but it is not enough. And there comes the Ram Rider. If the charge connects, it might be really bad for Hugo, and it does connect. That is a bunch of damage. 900 HP.
I think that placement of that fireball, it puts him down for Elixir, and he just reverts the already low Phoenix. So I feel like that's a bit of a misplay. We'll have to see if it does come back to haunt him. As Murder Dragon will take down the giant skeleton. The monk will go invulnerable to bounce back the damage, and it just about dissipates as the Executioner throws his. Champion taken down, the Goblin Jewel doing a lot of damage as the Executioner continues throwing his axe, and he will take down the Magic Archer, doing a bit of damage to the tower too. But not enough. Ram Rider being dropped as well. He realizes there's nothing he can do against it. He'll continue to run through, and he'll just about connect it. The rage is dropped a bit too late, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done, and Saint Pelican, he just has to hold on. 1 minute left. Triple Elixir. He can distract the giant skeleton across. As again, the Phoenix is reborn. But I don't think it's going to be enough as Fireball comes in, looks to clean them out, and the Lumberjack will continue smacking away at that champion who just dashes through.
Yeah, that attack actually looked really scary for Saint Pelican, but right now, if that Ram Rider hits, it's just over. He's coming. The Goblin Drill is very clutch, but still there is very low HP on that turret. It's only 47, and even the Fireball is coming, and that Fireball drops down that turret. Saint Pelican wins his second victory, and it's 2-1.
If you would have won that second game, a clean 3-0 sweep, which I don't think anyone would have expected. But
yeah, exactly.
I mean, what a game, right? What a game from that. Saint Pelican just looking very much in control there. I think a bit of panic perhaps when he was on the defense, as he didn't have, I don't know, somewhat the best defensive deck, and he did take a lot of damage from the Executioner, from the Goblin Jewel, just smashing through sort of thing. And when he had the Executioner with the Tornado pulling them all in together, it just sort of annihilated Saint Pelican's troops. But the offense was the main thing, and that just was expertly done by Saint Pelican. And it's nothing Hugo could do to counter it. He had the Goblin Jewel, but at the end of the day, it's not a defensive building. And the Ram Rider is going to that building, and nothing can stop it. And that is the difference maker. And that is why Saint Pelican won, I think, in my opinion, at least.
I agree. And right now, it is 2-1. It is really interesting, as you said. Tornado Executioner combo is really strong. We haven't seen it as much as we should see right now. I think Hugo actually has a chance to come back. The games are very close, incredibly close. I don't think, did we see minor poison in this game, in this series? I don't remember that we saw it. So I think they one of these players, I think, will play minor poison next round. That's what I'm guessing, because it's really strong. And we really haven't seen Royal Giant as well, which is very dangerous when used correctly. I think actually Hugo demonstrated us the Royal Giant strength, if I remember correctly. So we have those cards still available, and we have 2 games to go. What do you think is going to happen? Do you have any predictions? What are you feeling?
That's a good question. I feel like Saint Pelican can take it, right? He's been playing fantastically so far, and I feel like the deck matchups have been working for him, right? And I feel like I don't want him to, because obviously, rep up the UK, but also he's just been, I think he's been all over Hugo. He's been taking hits, yeah, but then he's been pushing back harder, and that's been the main difference maker as to why he's taken these games and why he almost took the second game. He really had absolutely no business taking that second game, and then he almost did, which is crazy. 80 HP on that tower, and that would have been a 3-0 sweep. And I think, I don't know, I'm just feeling that the next game is going to go the way of Saint Pelican, because he's going to be feeling it, and he's looking strong. So we'll have to see as it does, begin relatively soon. And we'll have to see if this is it for Hugo, if the end of the line is here, and if he goes out, or if he can bounce back and take it to the 5th game. And as we said earlier, whoever wins here does go through to the lower bracket final, and is guaranteed prize money.
Oh, the hogs are dropped. Let's see what do we have to counter them. We have the golden knights, but there is some damage to be done. Hugo just dropped everything once he saw the royal hogs get
Yeah.
dropped. And right now there is a counter attack happening with the miner. The goblin drill, actually, they have the same animation, and the counter attack actually hurts so much, Anthony.
Yeah. Yeah, so much damage done. The goblin drill just sitting there, obviously doing a lot of damage itself, and then spawning the goblins, stabbing away, and it works beautifully. And the giant skeleton, I don't think will quite make it to the tower, and he doesn't. The bomb is dropped. Flying machine drops to try and counter that phoenix, and it will do relatively efficiently. Takes him down, and St. Pelican, he's got a task, but we've seen him do it before. We've seen him almost bring it back, but we'll have to see if he's able to do it quite as well this time. And the Hogs are doing a lot of damage onto the tower. The Royal Ghost, he'll take a lot of damage himself as one shot is fired across.
Yeah, Magic Archer is
You can't count him out.
Magic Archer is really good against Royal Hogs, which is good news for Hugo, actually. As you said, we cannot count anyone out because both of these decks actually can deal a lot of damage, especially those Royal Hogs. If they are left by themselves, they can just take the turrets with just one unit. So it is really dangerous. As long as Hugo is very careful, I think he can win with the Goblin Drill chip damages, but he shouldn't let Royal Hogs just get out of control.
Nice push, trying to come through on the right side, but again, it just gets rebuffed by Hugo there. Zappy is dropped, and the Goblin Drill coming back through Bomb Tower to try and counter that, and it should do it quite well. It's been used quite effectively as a counter to the Goblin Drill consistently throughout this tournament so far. But now it's on St. Pelican to try and push back in this double elixir phase and try and make a bit of a dent on this left side. One Zappy will get one little zap off, but that's all for now as St. Pelican looks to sort of retain this defensive capability on the right side. Zappy's again dropped, and they should fire away at quite a few at least, and the cannon cart will go down, but nothing really engaging on the tower at this point in time. And the Royal Champion does activate his ability. He could do a lot of tower damage onto the tower, but instead he'll just go down for essentially nothing.
He does get a couple hits, but yeah, it's just here comes the big attack with the Dark Knight and the but Goblin Drill just distracts all those hogs, so they just run to the left. They're still alive, which might pose a danger to Hugo, and he does lose a bunch of HP, and he's just behind right now.
Just put it back. It said we can't count him out. It said we can't count him out, and we haven't. And here we go. Is St. Pelican bringing it back? Now he is the advantage with the HP on the towers. The left one now 50 HP lower than his right one, and even the right one's still a viable option as it's still relatively low, almost half HP. And if St. Pelican continues on this track, it's going to be looking like a win for him. But wow, there's still plenty of game left within this machine as the skeleton. Well, Giant Skeleton does get killed, he does get dropped, he drops the bomb, the Royal Hog's going through again. They're trying to block it, but they're doing so much damage to the tower. It's getting chipped away, all the way down to 400 HP, just about alive. And there's not really anything Hugo can do at this point. The Phoenix will go down as the Royal goes here, but the Zappies are able to sort of stun him and take him down and do a lot of damage to him. 60 seconds left, and it's all on Hugo to make a move, and he's paralyzed.
Yeah, Hugo needs to get a big attack, but once St. Pelican cycles those hogs again, I don't think there's a lot of things to be done, because even if one hog gets over the defenses of Hugo and hits that left tower, it's just done. And even as you said, even right tower can still be a target, because 1000 HP, it's not that a lot, it's not that much. Hugo is constantly putting out units to try to defend, but Hugo loses in 20 seconds as well.
It's just continuously taking damage everywhere all across the board. 20 seconds left in overtime, and the Magic Archer is trying to do damage. The bomb will be dropped, and that should disable the cannon cart, and it does. And 10 seconds left. There's a Goblin Drill desperately being thrown on the left side. The bomb tower to try and counter it, but it doesn't work, and the Magic Archer can't do anything to stop it. 400 HP left, and St. Pelican, he's taking the win. He's caused a massive upset and taking it 3-1, shutting down Hugo and going through to the lower bracket finals to take on Marius.
That was an amazing game. Like, St. Pelican is a very unique player. Every single game I feel like he's gonna lose. But then This game, at the end, it was a decisive victory. Both of the enemy towers actually had less HP than his tower with the lowest HP. Which is amazing, considering he started this game on the back foot.
He honestly is the king of comebacks. He really is at this point. It's absolutely fantastic. We didn't expect this from him at all, right? I don't think anyone really could have seen it coming, especially in terms of the bracket, right? He got dropped by Hugo. We said about that. He got beaten by him 3-2 early on, went down to the lower bracket, won 3-0, won 3-0, took Matteo down 3-1, and then he comes back to upset against Hugo 3-1, and it could have been 3-0, as we said. And that is a phenomenal play from St. Pelican to dig deep and bring that out. Genuinely fantastic to see. And now he'll be taking on Marius. He's guaranteed some money, and now he's looking to add another skull to his collection, taking down Marius and heading to the final to face Rooney.
Let's see. I'm rooting for Marius. I said he will get out of the lower bracket, but Saint Pelican is actually looking really fine right now. If I was Marius, I would be kind of scared. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, he's going to be quaking his boots right now, right? He's going to be very scared. Anyway, yes, we will be back with some more Clash Royale action after a very, very short break. We'll be seeing this absolutely fantastic match come together, the Clash of the Titans, St. Pelican versus Marius in the lower bracket final. So make sure you stick around for more. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the University Esports Masters. I'm Antpolio, and I'm once again joined by Baha, and we are once again bringing you more Clash Royale action. It's looking to be a fantastic matchup. We've got St. Belikin taking on Marius. Obviously, if he does take him down, and it's looking to be fantastic. How are you feeling, Bar? You hyped for it?
Yeah, well, right now we came to the last place. This is the best of the best. Right now we only have 3 players left. We have Marius, we have St. Belikin, and we have Rooney. Rooney is at the finals, and St. Belikin and Marius is going to play right now. The loser of this game is the third place of this tournament, and they win 100 euros. The winner of this game goes to the grand final, and the loser of the final gets 200, and champion and the winner of the final gets 400 euros.
Yeah, it's looking to be it's a very nice sort of at least prize pool to play for. And I say the winner here, at the very least, gets 100 euros, which is not too bad. It's not too bad. As you can certainly go for more as they look to try and take on Rooney in the final. He will have an advantage when we get there, and I'm sure Marius is just raring for a matchup to take and get his revenge on David Rooney. But St. Belikin, you know what? He's had an absolute tear through this lower bracket, just absolutely ripping through everyone to get here. And I don't know if he's going to stop any time soon. And it's looking to be a good game as we do get into it. We do have Marius taking on St. Belikin.
Yeah, we have a very aggressive player. Marius is very aggressive, but St. Belikin is not afraid of taking damage, as we have seen many games, and he's okay with comebacks. So, unlucky, Hog Rider got countered by the tornado and the King Tower is activated, but if you have this matchup, there is nothing else to do, and Golden Knight gets played. There comes a Skeleton Giant that is coming from the way back, so there comes a big attack on the right lane, I would guess.
Isn't it? Unbelievable. Yeah, the Magic Archer dropped there. I hate that Zorda's style, but you can't really counter it too easy. That Magic Archer just dropped to sit there and shoot at the giant skeleton and do damage to the tower, and that's a lot of damage done already. And that will essentially, it's fantastically done, but make a massive difference throughout this game. We'll have to see what St. Belikin can do to counter it. He's got the Earthquake. He'll drop that to do a bit of damage to the Crown Tower as well. And I'll see if he can get the Hulk out and utilized well.
St. Belikin is using the Hog Rider Earthquake build. We saw it used a lot of times in this tournament. But Tornado actually kind of destroys that plan completely. And at the same time, Marius is, I don't know what's that exact deck he's using. He's just using strong characters with counters. I think he's just going to try to counter what St. Belikin does and throw a big and small or big attacks. All his cards are reactionary cards that counters a specific card. So he's actually ready for everything, and he's just countering what St. Belikin does. And it looks like St. Belikin is on the back foot, but we have seen this many times before.
Goblin Drill, the final card that's unveiled by Marius, and it's immediately countered by the bomb tower, as one Goblin does at least get a few stabs into the tower. And it's almost drawing even. Obviously, St. Belikin is trying to cycle that Earthquake card, and he is getting damage done. We're going to have to see quite who makes the big play if he's going to push through. There's always a massive issue that St. Belikin could just take a lot of damage into his tower from the Magic Archers. Once again, a Goblin Drill is placed. The bomb tower is soaking up all the damage and just for all the damage from the Royal Ghost at least, and doing a lot of damage onto that Goblin Drill as he look to push through. The Archqueen popping her ability, taking down the cannon cart, and doing a lot of damage from the Magic Archer on the other side of the arena. And they stay relatively level.
Yeah, there comes another Goblin Drill on the left side. I don't know why Marius isn't attacking right side more and sending the Goblin Drills on the left side. If this damage was done onto the right tower, he would have a really good lead, but I think he's just going to let the game go. It is going very close. And right now, if it goes like this, I think Marius has a small edge. But if there comes a big attack by any of the players and it's successful, I think it's just victory for that player.
Oh,
We are going to...
no.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's...
say that. The Magic Archer, though, he's not actually doing any damage to the tower. I say, oh no, as if he's going to do damage, but look at it. The arrow is missing by a millimeter onto the tower. And if he would have actually locked onto it or somehow hit it, that would have been fantastic for Marius, sorry. But it doesn't quite land. And instead, he essentially gets it done for nothing. Like nothing happens at all. And St. Pelican just about hangs on. Drops that giant skeleton to try and play defensively, taking down the Electro Wizard. He'll squash him with his massive fist and continue to push through. And you say Marius got the edge. I think St. Pelican's looking pretty hot at this point in time. And again, the Earthquake cycling out, continuing with that edge. A minute left, triple elixir is activated. The bomb is dropped too, and that's the wrong side to be activated. As the Goblin Jaw goes on the other side, the Royal Ghost trying to play defensively. The giant skeleton, sorry, sitting here smashing away, and that may be the difference maker. As a lot of damage is done to that left tower for St. Pelican, and Marius perhaps tries to turn on his head.
It is going to be another incredibly close game. The hit points of the turrets are so close. That right turret of Marius is really low, but at the same time, St. Pelican has two turrets that are in the danger zone. So left turret is getting hurt right now, and the right lane has a big attack from Marius. But if things end like this, actually, there comes a big tornado, and if the Goblin drills right turret of the St. Pelican is actually really low, will he be able to do anything and come back from this? Only 7 seconds. I don't think it's possible. So that right turret is only 800 HP. There comes the Earthquake. There comes the Hog Rider. Tornado stops. Oh, St. Pelican's right turret is the one that falls first. Marius gets the first win.
It's crazy. Right down to the wire. That champion dash again is an absolute pain. Absolute nuisance. And St. Pelican's only kicking himself for that. And when I say kicking himself, it's not even that much of an issue that he caused. That dash is going through all of the characters and then landing on the tower and just hitting there, getting a few slaps in before he dies. And then again, the Magic Archer as well. He just fires all the way across from the bridge, straight and hitting the tower. It's not much you can do against it, and it's an absolute pain to play. If it wins you the game, you got to give it to Marius.
Yeah, I 100% agree. These players are actually amazing players, and we go with the second game without cutting any speed. Yeah, that game was so close. Let's see if this one will be just as close. Marius is leading by 1. And here comes the balloons.
Ooh, nicely timed.
Nicely countered.
Yeah, not bad at all. As Royal Ghost dropped again, and we'll have to see quite how St. Pelican likes to counter this and likes to play on his own thing. We've seen a lot of the Mighty Miner today as the Magic Archer is dropped and he looks to do damage and immediately gets viable by Marius. He's having absolutely none of that. And not in his arena. He'll take him down. The Mighty Miner, sorry, takes down the Royal Ghost as brings him back.
The wall breakers
from the other side, and this is a push and a half. Electric Wizard in way too late. He'll stop the Mighty Miner from doing too much damage, but well, damage is done. The wall breakers, so much stuff.
Yeah, damage is done. Those wall breakers are so scary. This is the Marius Swarm deck that we watched today have a lot of success. And even the Skeleton Barrel is really dangerous, but he defends against it really well. And this time, those wall breakers will not make it through. We have seen St. Pelican come back from worse. And
Certainly. I said he's the king of comebacks, and we've certainly seen him come back from worse, and he's so far not doing a bad job as the swarms do get taken down. And St. Pelican, he's got a nice elixir advantage at this point in time. We'll have to see if he is able to cope versus the Marius swarms. And at the moment in time, the Goblin Jaw isn't really put to good use. He loses 2 elixir on that trade as the Goblins just wipe him clean and minimal damage done. Royal Knight being brought out, the Champion Knight, and we'll clean up the rest of those Goblins. And this could be an efficient card to take down these swarms. So if he's got that dash ability, he can charge between them. But if he plays the Mighty Miner, not much you can do against that.
yeah, and the Skeleton Barrel is on its way also. This might be bad. Oh, he sends the Miner to the other lane, which might be very difficult to deal with because he has no elixir, and that's a bunch of damage to the left turret. And that fireball into the head of Magic Archer, I don't think that was a very efficient use. But other than that, Marius is looking good. Oh, Goblin Drill is actually really clutch there. And Wall Breakers actually destroy the Goblin Drill instantly.
Oh my god, the Goblins in a way, it look.
Yeah, these Goblins are crazy. 2 Goblins are destroying the turret.
Yeah, they're just stabbing away at it. They pop out the Goblin Drill, but the tower, the Princess Tower, is already locked onto the Royal Ghost. So she's just shooting away at that. The Goblins are just continuously stabbing at it. That's lovely play from St. Pelican. We said he's come back from worse. He's looking to do it now. 300 HP on that tower. He just needs to cycle a few Goblin Drills out to try and do damage and hold on and not let the Swarm overtake him. And that's exactly what he hopefully plans to do as the Tornado pulls them away. Goblin Drill used defensively, doesn't really need to. And he's got to make sure that the Mighty Miner just doesn't, well, pop his ability or at least build up to taking down a lot of damage on that tower. At the moment he has the advantage, he needs to hold on to it.
Exactly, those goblins are coming in hot again. The next Goblin Drill, if he uses offensively, I think that tower is just dead. Which I think he should. And yes, there comes the Goblin Drill. And let's see if it's popped the goblins. There comes the Tornado. I think this should be over. Yes, St. Pelican takes the second game. I have never seen two goblins deal this much damage to a tower. Like, no way. They dealt like 200 damage to those two goblins.
It's crazy, crazy. They just sat there, as you say, the Princess Tower locked onto that Royal Ghost. And then they just sat there. Stab. For, what was that, 5 seconds or so? Two of them stabbing is doing so much damage each. And that was the difference maker. And we said again and again throughout this tournament multiple times, right? It's tiny plays or say mistakes that you can't have, and that will ruin you. And that's exactly what happened. That tiny slight oversight of that Goblin Drill. And those two goblins, they won St. Pelican the game. And you cannot make mistakes at this level. And well, fortunately for Pelican, Marius perhaps did, as you get straight into this third one, back to back games. 1-1 is the scoreline in this best of 5, looking to book a place in the final. And we'll have to see quite what decks are brought out. Marius, will he try again with the Swarm deck? St. Pelican going back with his initial deck? We'll have to see. Hog Riders dropped, Mighty Miner and Wall Breakers dropped into return by Marius. And I think we're seeing the same, or the return of the losing decks.
Exactly. I think so too. And St. Pelicans right now, there comes the barrels again. I think Marius is just going to say, okay, this deck failed once, but I feel like this game is really good. And a bunch of damage to right tower and the left tower on the both sides.
Yeah,
like
much even.
Watching these players are actually really fun. Like, they are relentless, they are really aggressive, and here comes the wall breakers. But Valkyrie is a really good counter, as we talked about this before, and stops those wall breakers on their tracks. And the bomb tower is actually really good against skeleton barrel. Here comes the Mighty Miner with the... Okay, Mighty Miner is not going to be distracted. If St. Pelican puts any units for the Mighty Miner, I think he might use his ability, but no, he doesn't think it is worth the elixir. And here comes the... Oh, a big guards is here, which is going to destroy the Archer Queen. Those wall breakers, one to the left, one to the right. The left one explodes, which is the one that is less dangerous, since... What is that guard doing? That guard hit like 600 damage to the left tower.
Can't be stopped. Can't be stopped at all. Nicely defended by Marius, as St. Pelican is certainly on the back foot here. Mighty Miner going through. I think a Dark Goblin, he did a lot of damage himself, and he'll duck and weave and disappear. The Hog Rider just about gets one hammer slam down onto the tower. But, well, Marius, he looks to strike back. Valkyrie dropped, and that's not the best sort of... I guess it's a good counter. It does take down the entire spawn, but the Dark Goblin, he'll run through, and he'll eventually get taken down by the log. But as soon as that log is deployed, the Royal Recruits come back, and the Swarm comes in. The bomb tower dropped, but that doesn't distract the wall breakers as they continue to run through, and they don't quite detonate down to the wire. Somehow, St. Pelican just defends against that. I did not think he had that, but he did. And that is spectacularly played by him.
Yeah, 100%. I thought those bombs were going to explode on that tower, but no. St. Pelican says, I'm the king of defense, and he does. He manages to defend it, and he keeps sending that Hog Rider earthquakes onto the left tower with the logs, and I think he wants to take that left tower, and he believes he can take that left tower before he loses in towers. And I think he can.
Yeah. No, he really can. He just about slides through, has the Earthquake as well to finish off the Goblins. So with the Ice Spirit and the Earthquake, that 4 elixir trade for the 3 Goblin gang, well, essentially -1, that's not bad at all. And especially with the Hog Rider dropped, he can get so much damage onto that tower, and it's working out well for St. Belikin. He's looking in such a strong position, but he needs to hold on to it. He cannot be folding here. As
Marius-
the Mighty Miner here pops his ability, swaps across to the other side. The Skeleton Barrel here as well, as he does get distracted by the bomb tower. Archqueen popping her ability, and well defended by Belikin. He can just continue to sit here as the Hog Riders drop, supported by the Valkyrie, and that is GG. Marius will lose the 3rd game 2-1 to St. Belikin. He is not stopping in his just destructive path through this lower bracket.
Marius lost with his signature deck to, let's say, this was so sad. This was so scary. St. Belikin is a monster of defense. I think this is why he does great comebacks, because once he knows what the enemy's deck is, once he knows what he's going to be met with, he defends really nice. So St. Belikin used the Goblin Drill deck, and he used the Hog Rider Earthquake deck. So I don't remember what he has as the last deck. We'll see that. But one question, Marius lost with the Swarm deck 2 times now. Do you think he's going to try the same deck in the last game? Or is he going to pull something else?
That's a choice, right? Isn't it? It's the psychology of, okay, well, I've used it twice. He thinks I won't go for it again. And maybe it will work this time. It's a good deck. We've seen it be a good deck, and it is a good deck. Will it work? Will the matchup favor him this time? Will it finally work? Or is it, I mean, it's not worked twice. Belikin's defended well against it. He's going to defend against it regardless, whatever his deck is. That's the question he's going to be thinking. Do I think he'll go for it again? I mean, it seems like a good shout, right? If it hasn't, I don't know, count if you lost with it twice, but he's countered very well with it twice. How many more cards can he have to effectively counter this deck? As we will see as we get into it, and it is the possible elimination of Marius here in the lower bracket final. St. Belikin looking to take him down, and we get into it.
So he is using the Minor Poison deck, I guess.
Yeah.
And St. Belikin is using the Skeleton King deck, which we didn't see any success in this game. Valkyrie actually counters him really hard.
Yeah, very nicely. And yeah, we've seen a bit of success with it. I think, was it from someone earlier? I feel like it might have been Hugo. But unfortunately, well, we'll have to see. I say fortunately, we'll have to see if it does. The mortar does just about lock onto the tower, and that could be absolutely massive.
Yeah, that is
Massive,
really
perhaps it does
dangerous.
lock on. Snowball coming in as well. The Archqueen tagged already. The Miner will run through, takes down the Musketeer, and a mortar of his own is placed by Marius. And that will actually lock onto the Skeleton King instead. The Archer Queen gets arrowed out, has no chance to pop her ability. And the Skeleton King, well, he may just go down to these bats here, and Mortar, in fact, will actually lock onto the tower and actually get a few hits off himself.
Yeah, when a mortar locks onto your tower, it's really bad. And St. Belikin's left tower actually lost more than 1000 HP, which is really bad news for St. Belikin. But I think he is feeling pretty all right because he has come back from worse. The problem is right now, both players, they need to use the mortars very well. The one that uses his mortar the best, I think, is going to see a higher rate of success. But I think Marius's deck is kind of better because he has a miner, which he might be able to use to get in more damage. Because neither of these decks are big pushing decks. Oh, there is a this is a graveyard deck. Graveyard Skeleton King.
Yeah, nicely done. The graveyard, we finally see that final card being played by St. Belikin. We also see the final card played by Marius, and that's a poison, which is the perfect counter. We'll have to see if St. Belikin can bring anything different out as the mortar is dropped, looking to do damage to that Valkyrie. Archqueen on the other side, looking to take down the mortar, and the Skeleton King. Oh, poison is made. Perfectly timed. As soon as that Skeleton King ability is popped, they will mostly go down, and a few of them actually get close to the tower, get a few hits off, and the Musketeer fires a shot too. And that's looking quite beneficial for St. Belikin. He takes control back in his favor.
Yeah, poison was timed.
mortar.
Yeah, poison was timed really well, but it was placed in a bad position. Because of his positioning, some of the skeletons were able to escape that poisonous place. And what happened in the end? Oh, the poison is used, and to counter that, a graveyard is used, and this might be very dangerous for Marius. His tower is about to go down. It is
Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
arrows come, and Saint Belican. He takes it.
The king of comebacks. I think
King of
almost. I don't want to say every single one, but I think almost every single one of these games he's played that we've watched, he's gone down like in HP at the start. Like he's lost a lot of damage on his own tower at the start, and then he just brought it back and won, which is it's crazy. It's crazy. He's so good. He's been playing absolutely fantastically. I wasn't a fan before, which I kind of was because rep the UK. He's fantastic now. He's brilliant to watch. He takes down Marius. And he's booked himself a place in the final.
I 100% agree. He played so well. Right now, we call him King of Comebacks, right?
Yeah.
So in the final, he has to come back from 0-1. So now he again has to come back against Rooney. What do you think? Do you think he can do it?
I mean, he's down one best of 3 in these best of 5, so he's gonna have to win 2, not just that one best of 5, but 2 best of 5s against arguably the best player in this tournament, who's had a great track record so far. Right? He's top 142 in the world. He's won this in his national championships, also the national championships of his own twice. He's a good player, but you can't count Saint Belican out. He's been fantastic this entire game. We'll have to see if he can take it down. He's proven everyone wrong with everyone that he's taken down so far. I don't know. It could go either way. It's going to be a massive task to take on, though. Anyway, we'll be back and talking more about that relatively soon. But a quick break first, so stick around for more Clash Royale action. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final match of the day. But it's Clash Royale this time. Once again, I am Julio for the final time, and once again, I am joined by my co-caster, Baha. And, well, how are you feeling about this matchup, Baha? How are you feeling today? It's been great so far.
I am really excited. We are at the grand final, and our actors are really interesting. We have Rooney, who has just showed a strong gameplay from the beginning, who is very experienced. And we have Saint Billiken, who stumbled at the start, but then just king of comebacks, came back from many games where he just started in a worse position, and he came back from the lower bracket now to the finals. Right now he's down 1-0 because of our format, but as the king of comebacks, I don't think he's very bothered by this.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. He's going to be raring for this challenge. He's going to be hyped, right? He's gone through, he slapped people aside as he's running through, just completely unfazed. Maybe he's entirely phased, I don't know, I can't see him. But either way, just slapping all the way through and just causing absolute mayhem in this lower bracket. And it's been fantastic to watch. It's really been fantastic to watch. And I'm looking forward to seeing him go up against Rooney, because Marius lost against him last time in some very close games. And he just got beat by St. Bellican. And so, can St. Bellican come back against him? We'll have to see. As the game does begin, kicking off with a Miner and Ice Spirit running across to do damage to St. Bellican. And once again, we do have the Miner Poison cycle being seen. Not so surprising.
Exactly. It is one of the best performing decks in this tournament, with the Roadhog Earthquake deck being the second best performing. I think that Mortar is going to lock onto the other Mortar. That was a clutch block, because if that Mortar had locked onto that turret, I don't think that would be very good. There comes the Firecracker. I think maybe he can activate the King Tower, but no, I think he can activate the King Tower. Yes, King Tower is activated, which is always very nice. So right now, sides are kind of testing each other. So Saint Belliken also has the poison and the Mortar Firecracker. I think he should also have the Miner. That last card should be the Miner by Saint Belliken. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be.
Relatively likely to be, as the Mortar again is placed defensively by Rooney this time, instead trying to hold on to it as guards are placed to try and hold it. The Log counters it, but they're still stabbing away with their long stabbing spears, and Mortar counters Mortar. Not much damage done to Rooney. Well played by him. St. Belliken just runs into a bit of a wall there, and actually it's not the Miner, it's actually the Log that's brought out. I'd say it's the Log, and I'll have to see what Rooney's final card is, see if it's anything too zany and different. And it's, well, the Mighty Miner, not different at all.
Yeah, Mighty Miners, this game for both sides, it's just not that good of a card, because there are no tanky units for either side. So since there are no tank units, you don't really need Mighty Miner a lot. So that's the thing. Right now, either side is just going to try to get the chip damages, but Rooney has the Miner, which Saint Belliken doesn't. So Saint Belliken needs to be the one with the big engages, because if they do a chip battle damage, Rooney is just going to win.
Yeah, you say that, but also, well, I see he does have the slight advantage at this point in time. But Belliken, he's just really trying to bring it back, and he's looking so strong with it at the moment. The guards are dropped to try and play it defensively, but the Mortar, it may just lock onto the tower. Instead, it locks onto the Mighty Miner instead. He's right at the back, and it is sitting so level at this point in time. Poison dropped by St. Belliken, and it just looks like a battle of poisons at this point in time. The Musketeer should go down to this Mortar placed. Mighty Miner able to try and counter it, or at least the Mortar to counter the Mortar as well, soaking up that damage. The Firecracker not able to do too much, and well, the Mortar does lock onto the tower, at least get one hit off, and that could be the difference maker. That could be it. If they just sit there and cycle poisons now, that could be the difference maker.
Exactly, that's one hit is so crucial. As you said, it might be the difference maker, and that's why Rooney actually uses the Miner to equalize the situation, but Saint Belliken is still ahead. And if they cycle poisons, you are right. It just might be Saint Belliken's game.
Another Mortar brought out. Guards to try and defend against it. Log coming out too. And the mortar, I think he does lock on and actually does get another shot off. And again, it goes out, and again, that could be the difference maker. It changes the pattern and just about gets it through. As Mighty Miner versus Mighty Miner, the firecracker has been so useful throughout this series. The bomb will take him down as the musket tries to counter the miner in return, and he actually gets so much damage done back in return. And obviously, the miner, the lack of miner on St. Belican means that he's going to have to use this mortar to do damage.
Oh, the miner is actually hitting the St. Belican's tower a lot, and the snowball also connects. It is so close. One of these turrets is going to go down. Anthony, 400%. Mortar is right now, both of those mortars have bunch of targets, so they are not going to lock onto the towers. Poisons are being dropped. When Rooney cycles his miner, it is going to be very dangerous for St. Pelican. And here comes the miner, here comes the snowball. Will this be enough? Firecracker and poison? He's going poison, but I don't
Poison
think...
going back in return, though, but he's got a log. He may be able to do it as it does go through. Miner to come back in, and he tries to counter it. The miner just about gets the hit off. 16 HP left. I don't think he would have had it. I think the poison ran out just in time, but again, that's insane. How close that is. 16 HP damage. That's one snowball. That's one ice spirit. That ice spirit that he threw, that Rooney put down right at the start, that did damage to that tower. That's the difference maker.
That is just insane. That is so close. Like 16 damage. And like, it was a minor difference. St. Pelican actually played better. I would argue St. Pelican played better because he was able to get some mortar shots in. He was able to get some normal damage in. But because he was missing a miner, he could not bring in the miner inside. So since there was no backline access to the tower, he couldn't get that extra damage. So even if he did get some mortar hits in, it just wasn't enough at the end. It's just so sad. Rooney won this. If Rooney can get 2 more wins, he just wins the whole thing. It's just over.
Yeah, that's. I mean, he tried to go for a slight variant on that minor poison cycle deck, but yeah, it just doesn't work out at the end. It was so close. That mortar just getting hits off, but it's so easily distracted, and that was, yeah, can't say too much more about it. Down to the wire, absolutely fantastic from both of them. But yeah, and expertly played. So similar decks, but also, you know what, so different. And we didn't see too much, I think, of the firecracker. That could have been a difference maker because his spread, as soon as it hits the target, the spread behind it, it's yeah, that could have been the difference maker. But well, really, he counted it very well. He eliminated pretty early on with that poison or with some sort of a distraction, which is smartly played from him.
Yeah, that is really interesting. Like, if he had a miner or some other backline access, like with the poison, just one zap or snowball, like Rooney had a snowball and Belikin didn't. And like, if he had just one more spell or a miner, he would have just won. That's just so sad. But he can still come back as the king of comebacks. But Rooney is in a great situation. We have started the game and St. Pelican starts with the miner and deals a bunch of damage.
I think he forgot his win condition, which I think was the miner, apparently. So I assume the firecracker was put on there by mistake, and he accidentally didn't use the miner. So if he would have had the miner, I guess he could have won. But either way, he still has that deck to use, and it looks like he may be using it. As Rooney obviously has to change it up, he brings out the classic Zappy's Giant Skeleton Royal Hogs deck, and we get to see the Royal Hogs. And as I say that, he actually does have the Firecracker on him. But he does the miner this time, so maybe Firecracker instead of Musketeer? We'll have to see. As the Fire Machine gets taken down, and damage so far slightly in favor of Rooney.
Yeah, this 100-200 damage doesn't really matter. Especially in these kind of decks, because Rooney's deck is about making a big army and pushing with the skeleton giant skeleton. So I think this is it is the Royal Hogs, which is really dangerous, but Log actually counters them really well, and the guards can deal a little bit damage, but he does lose a lot of damage.
2 mortars getting fired off at least. Gets a nice amount of damage on there. And if they would have had just something, if St. Bellican would have had something to put out in front of the mortar to tank up that flying machine, the flying machine's shots, he could have had a lot more damage done. But unfortunately, he doesn't. And instead, that mortar will go down as the firecracker at least will get taken down by the Royal Ghost, who just about gets 1 hit on the tower. That could be the difference maker. We'll have to see if it is. As the miner does cycle back out, doing a bit more damage to that tower mortar as well. And we'll have to see if it does lock on in time. And I think it may have. No, it said it is on the fisherman. The poison coming out, looking to take down that flying machine. And the poison is a good counter for the flying machine. It's such good DPS, but terrible HP. As we do see the hogs brought back out by Rooney. The log coming out to try and counter it. Guards getting delayed with their placement, and thus it does work out quite well. And now the counter offense is on for Belkin.
Yeah, this attack actually is really promising by Saint Bellican, but that skeleton giant is really difficult to kill, and even if you can kill him, he'll just drop a bomb. And right now he's in a 500 HP deficit, and these hogs, oh, that mortar is really good, but it's just going to delay it for a small amount of time because they are still going to go. At least they got separated, so only 2 hogs went to the right turret, but it's still enough. A lot of HP is lost, and the next time Royal Hogs are on the map, I think the right tower might just fall.
Yeah, there's so much damage done to that tower. Belkin is just firing straight back, and he's got to play this expertly. He cannot have any mistakes. The flying machine perfectly counters the mortar, and that's just essentially 4 elixir wasted. As that mortar does get taken down, the Hogs are able to get to the tower completely without any counter. And along with those combined with the arrows, they'll take the tower, and Rooney will go up 2-0. He needs 1 more game to win, and he has won this grand final.
Rooney is just 1 game away from winning this all. And he didn't lose any games to anyone. So, like, to make a clean victory, he just needs to win 1. And Saint Bellican needs to win 3 here. And then he needs to win another best of 5.
Yes.
Which is really difficult. Do you still believe?
That's a good question. Maybe. He's got a chance. He can always do it. Like, momentum psychologically, but he's shown that he can just come back in singular games, and there's no reason why he can't do it now. I think he could at least take 1 away from Rooney right now, right? I don't think he's gonna. I hope he doesn't fall flat and go straight down 3-0. Obviously, there's a chance of that happening, but we'll have to see. Some of these games have been relatively close, so considering that the way that first game went, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. You are completely right. All the advantage Rooney has is psychological. Like, when they get into a game, everyone starts from 0. It is completely reset, so you can, as long as you play well and you use good decks, you use the right decks, you can win 5 games in a row. But it is still very difficult to do. So we'll see what Saint Bellican does. And I am also curious what Rooney is going to use as a deck. So he used the Skeleton King and the Hogs. He used the Poison and the Miner. Hog Rider and Earthquake is the next deck I think he might pull, because Rooney is actually playing the meta really well. Like, all his decks, he's just playing the meta.
Yeah, he has used that deck, the one with the Hog Rider, Earthquake Cycle with the Bomb Tower and the Mighty Miner. So we may see that again. He did beat Marius with it, but also he has utilized a few other decks like the Electro Giant relatively effectively. So we could see that out, or we could see the Royal Giant, which he has also brought out and won with. So I think there are 3 decent options. He could just go absolutely, off the rails, just become an absolute maverick and go for something completely different. But I think a good bet is going to be one of those 3, right? And that's probably what St. Bellican's thinking. He's either got the Royal Giant, the Electro Giant, or, as you said, the Hog Earthquake Cycle. So there's not really one deck that can counter those 3 decks simultaneously. So it's going to be interesting to see quite what decks both of them go for. And St. Bellican, if he wants to go for, again, that same deck that he's lost with twice now, or if he's going to change it up.
I think that deck is really solid, so I think he can just try that deck again. The first time he didn't have a miner. If he had, I think he would have won. The second time, there were little misplaces. He just missed a couple engages. Like Royal Hogs, you just have to play perfect against them. It's just very dangerous to play against them. So also, one more deck, he might play the Golem deck as well, which might be very interesting if he does. So here we go with the next game. Let's see what decks they are going to show us now. So they are leaking a little elixir. So here comes the Royal Ghost by Saint Pelican.
Let's see if he
And-
comes out with the same deck again. Oh, that Rooney just used, sorry, the Royal Hogs deck.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
Goblin
it
Drill.
might be. There comes the Goblin Drill.
Yeah, Goblin Drill brought out. Nice little 8-bit emote on the side. And,
Yeah.
well, the Royal Champion dashes across, takes down the Electro Wizard, but can't actually make any contact with the tower. The Goblin Drill actually only, what was that? Like 25 damage to the left
Yeah,
tower?
that-
Which
Yeah,
isn't
that
anything.
was so inefficient, and like it didn't even do any damage to the Golden Knight as well. Like it just did nothing at the end.
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
was
nothing
just-
at all really. And for Elixir, you want a bit more on your return. It's not too ideal. Regardless, we do eventually see some cards played after a bit of a wait. Executioner drops on the right side to defend, and the Mini P.E.K.K.A on the left against that Electro Giant. It's relatively efficient. He doesn't get to the tower. Eventually gets one zap on it. And now he's got a few cards on the board. Most of them relatively low HP, though, as the Barbarian and the Mini P.E.K.K.A are eliminated. Royal Ghost pulled in towards the middle, just about activates the King Tower, as the Executioner gets 2 swings of his axe off and 2 throws.
Yeah, that
Flying.
hurts. That
not
hurts
bad.
a lot.
Yeah.
So overall, I would say Saint Pelican's deck is really good against Rooney's deck because Electro Giant can do nothing this game. He interrupts no one, and Mini P.E.K.K.A is really good against tanky targets. So overall, Saint Pelican actually won the deck strategy this game, and he does have really strong cards as well with the Goblin Drill, with the Executioner. As long as he plays it without many mistakes, I think he will get this one.
Got a good chance of it, and well, yeah, you can never count him out as the Electro Giant is put right at the back for Rooney to walk all the way up to, and the Mini P.E.K.K.A respectively by Saint Pelican as he decides to push the right side as that Giant Skeleton supported by the Executioner Goblin Duel coming in as well. Bomber is the perfect counter for that, and he will get a few stabs off with those goblins as the Mini P.E.K.K.A does do a lot of damage to the Electric Giant. The Phoenix supporting it won't get much damage done either. He's finished off with minimal effect done on the left side tower, and the Electric Giant on the right side gets nothing done as well. And with 10 seconds left and 2-minute overtime, I think St. Pelican should be able to hold on against Rooney with this.
Yeah, of course, it is still nothing. Nothing is still decided because when we are at the ×2 elixir, ×3 elixir, games get chaotic. We have seen it a lot. Like we are seeing units after units in the middle of the field, but yeah, the tornado is used really well, and this Electro Giant is really dangerous when used in a big attack. And right now they are pushing for the right side, Rooney, but Saint Pelican is defending really well. This is the defending we are used to, but the left tower gets damaged a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage done on that. We constantly say that could be the difference maker. But that could. If he does that push again, minute 15 left on the clock, which he certainly has plenty of time to do, and it looks like he's building up to, he could overtake the lead in damage. As the Goblin Duel and the Execution is put on the right side, Bomber again to counter that. He's not quite baited out in time. Execution distracted by the Golden Knight, and the Tornado, it's too late. It doesn't matter if he's pulling in towards it. And a massive push is coming through on the right side now. He's got the Goblin in the cage, he's got the Bomber. A few of them taken out by the Barbarian in the barrel. And with that Tornado bringing them in on the right side, the champion will push all the way through, and damage is done. Lightning coming in as well, and that is devastating to the defensive efforts of St. Pelican, but he just about holds on. He continues to persevere.
Alright, that was more scary than like it's actually resulted in. That was a good defense. If that push was on the left lane, St. Pelican would have just lost the game. Which there is a push, I think he's trying to build a push on the left as well, but he needs to defend the right side. And now there is a Mini P.E.K.K.A on the left that is just cut loose, and he's going to get a couple hits on that turret. And yeah, he has to play that Electro Giant to stop that P.E.K.K.A. But Skeleton Giant is actually walking towards in the right, and that Electro Giant is distracted by the Goblin Drill. That lightning is just not enough, and the third game goes to Saint Pelican with a great
Yeah.
defensive effort.
So close. And you look at there, the 3 towers, 270, 420, and 500 on the 3 remaining towers. It was damage all across the board, all across everyone, everywhere essentially, which is fantastic. Even the King Tower at the end, actually, there was damage from the.
Yes,
never
exactly.
mind,
This
there
was
wasn't, but
this was
fantastic.
really well played by Saint Pelican. Rooney was at a, as I said at the start, at a deck disadvantage. Even with a deck disadvantage, Rooney did play really well. We gotta give it to him. Right now, it is 2-1. So, Saint Pelican needs to win the next 2 to stay in this battle, and then he needs to win the next one. But this is a good step in the right direction. And as long as he can win the next one, it is just anyone's game.
Yeah, it's 2-2 and relatively even Stevens. And then he wins that, and then it's fully even Stevens as they both have a best of 5 each under their belt. And yeah, I mean, as you say, I'm not sure quite who quoted it, but you know, the journey of 1,000 steps begins with 1 step, something along those lines, right? And you got to start somewhere, and Pelican he's got to win. He's feeling more confident now, and it was very, very close, but so was the first. If that first one went his way, he's up 2-1 in this matchup, and he's on the verge of taking that first best of 5. So we'll have to see if he can persevere with that and continue. And I'm looking forward to it because, again, there's so great players, and it's just fantastic. And a lot of these players in this tournament have been fantastic and at such a high skill level of this gaming in Clash Royale, which is fantastic to watch. And you know when it's wet, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
Exactly, and Pelican's journey is a journey of 1,000 steps, I would say. He has come from the losing brackets, lower bracket, and he has won his way to here. And we are waiting for the next game. So, what do you think Pelican's gonna pull out? Is he going to try the minor poison deck, or do you think he has just given up on that completely for this one?
The classic deck predictions.
It is difficult, yeah.
I don't know why I didn't expect it. I should have just. I wasn't prepared. Should have been. So, Saint Pelican. I don't know. Maybe again. So Rooney's used the Electro Giant, which I said was one of the 3 possibilities. So again, either he's got the Royal Giant deck, he's got the Hog Earthquake deck, or something completely just out of left field sort of thing. So going off of those 2 things, the minor chip damage may work. It's pretty good to counter the Hog cycle deck, right? And it's not bad countering the Royal Giant. So we'll have to see. But it wouldn't surprise me if he went back to it, not at all. But then again, he could just bring out something completely different himself, like what he's won with earlier, like the Golem deck, the massive push one. Wouldn't surprise me if he tries to go with that, but you've got to be flawless with that execution, and Rooney he'll take any flaw that Pelican presents. So Pelican, if he goes for that deck, he's got to be on it.
I agree.
Really good.
I want Pelican to play Royal Hogs. Don't say goodbye to the tournament before playing Royal Hogs. I feel like Royal Hogs, you just have to play perfect against them. So, just play Royal Hogs. Let your opponent bear the weight of playing perfect. Because when you play Royal Hogs, you just wait for the enemy to use the elixirs, then you put them in the opposite lane, they just go and deal 1,000 damage to the tower. So just play Royal Hogs, try to get something by that. That's what I would try. But yeah, it is just Rooney is crafting his deck right now, and then we'll start. Interesting. Yeah,
that's the thing though. As looking back at the results, right? Marius lost to the Hog Cycle. Rooney played the Hog Cycle deck. Marius chose the Hogs deck. They did the Royal Hogs deck, and Rooney took it because he's got the Bomb Tower, he's got the Log, he's got the Ice Spirit and the Guards. They is perfect counters. Rooney has also used that deck just then. He's got the Goblin in the Cage, he's got the Bomber, he's got the Fire Spirit. They are fantastic counters to the Royal Hog. So that's 2 decks that he's got up his sleeve that he could use. to counter the Royal Hogs deck if not Marius, sorry, if St. Pelican goes for that. So, I mean, obviously every deck has a counter to every other deck, but it's gonna be interesting to see quite what he decides. And I think Rooney's probably gonna be sitting there thinking about it and what is the best chance that he can go for. As we are currently waiting on St. Pelican to join the game, should be any second now. But yeah, I feel like Hox is a decent call, but I don't know. I'd like to see the Golem again. That worked well, and if he pulls that off,
Yeah,
that could be spectacular.
he did play the Golem deck really well, and because it is kind of unexpected, and if you can get it rolling, it is unstoppable. Like, if you can do it well enough, and here comes Rooney with the Hog Rider, and I'm guessing it's Hog Rider Earthquake deck.
Yeah,
Out
I
of
think
the gate.
minor poison cycle deck, I think, is what St. Pelican's brought out himself. And straight off, he's got the Firecracker, and it's only good cards that can be an absolute nuisance. But that is one of the big weaknesses for it, in the fact that it can just, if you place a Fire Spirit or one Elixir card, it can set off the King Tower and give you so much help. And when you're playing versus a chip deck, having your own King Tower activated is so helpful and instrumental in just shutting that damage down. As the Monk is brought out, perhaps I'm slightly wrong, as the Monk, well, he's been used quite well with the Royal Giant. We'll have to see quite what he decides to do inside the players. We have Monk versus Monk and Phoenix versus Phoenix. And the ability is activated. The Phoenix can't quite be reborn, and now will distract the Phoenix somewhat at least, as the Monk does take a lot of damage from the tower and drowns the Phoenix away.
Yeah, but that Hog Rider actually is dealing damage slowly but surely to the right side tower of St. Pelican. And St. Pelican needs to, I think he probably has either Royal Giant or Golem or another tank in his deck. And he needs to build it up with Phoenixes. And he needs to play it like that. Because otherwise, he has to build a... Yeah, here comes the Royal Giant, just as I said that, with the Phoenix. But it gets distracted by the bomb tower, as you talked about it before this game. And the attack is stopped and the counter-attack is here. But the Monk will be here, and Goblins are no match for the Monk.
He's a wise old sage. As he does continue through, the Phoenix should die, and I think the Princess Tower will just unfortunately lock onto the Phoenix egg instead. If he locked onto the Monk, he ever activates his ability, that allows the Phoenix to be reborn, and that is perfect. But unfortunately, the timing is just off. Another Hog Rider is sent out by Rooney, gets another hit off, and once again, the Royal Giant is brought out. And this Monk is such a perfect counter for him. He just pushes him all the way back. And even with the log as well, he can't even get to standing to shoot one single cannonball at the tower. Such a perfect ability as continues to, the Monk on the right side continues to push all the way through. Tanks the damage, is a little bit damage back to the tower, and it's looking good for Rooney. He's looking still at this point in time. Another Hog Rider dropped, and there's not really much of a counter. Electric Spirit desperately dropped, and the Fisherman's finally brought out. And again, why have we not seen him earlier?
We did see him once, but he didn't use it to counter the Hog Rider, which, yeah, it is very interesting. Because your tower has like 1200 HP. It is in a really bad situation, and there comes another Hog Rider, and I don't think he has... I think his Fisherman is just out of the cycle of the enemy Hog Rider, which is something you do not want.
Yeah, not at all. It's really unfortunate with those matchups, and the Monks are both just very zen towards each other. Eventually get back to punching and shoving. Royal Giant gets a few shots over the tower, but at this point he's
This
already
looks
1,000
scary.
damage behind. And this is very scary for St. Pelican. He's on the verge of elimination, and it's looking like Rooney's just going to try and cycle the Earthquake all the way through. As the Fisherman dropped again, not too defensively. Lightning coming through will eliminate the Phoenix, but here comes the Hog once again, and he's looking like he's going to get pushed all the way through. The Monk as well, just slapping him a few times. 500 damage, 500 HP at least left on Belkin's Tower, and it looks like Judgment Day is calling.
Yeah, exactly. Pelican needs to do something, but even if he does something, all Rooney has to do is defend and just throw out the Earthquake. Will it be enough with the log? No. The next time Earthquake is cycled, it's just over. I don't think Pelican has enough power to finish off Belikin, and that's it. Rooney won the game, and Rooney's our champion of the day.
That is fantastic to see. Unfortunate from Belikin, commiserations that he does lose it, but very well played from Rooney. He shows that he is the undisputed champion, taking this 3-1 in this best of 5 series, and obviously having the upper bracket advantage of the previous best of 5, taking down Marius, it was, I believe. Yeah. And yeah, congratulations to him. He representing his country and his university. Very well played. Very well played.
Really well played. He didn't lose a single best of 5 in the whole tournament. He beat everyone, and I think he only went once 3-2. He beat them 3-1 or something like that. Let's look at the bracket. So here we see that Saint Belikin actually fell down in the second round to Hugo. And he came all the way from the losers bracket. And David Rooney only lost 2 games to Marius. Other than that, he only lost 1 game at max in best of 5s. Really a dominating performance by him.
Yeah, dominating is a very good word for that. And you can see here, Saint Belikin, not so, I guess, it's not so much dominating throughout the early stages when he got knocked down by Hugo, but he went on a tear. Look at 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, taking down Matteo, and then getting his revenge on Hugo 3-1 to secure some of the prize pool. And then doing that one better, taking down Marius 3-1 in fantastic fashion. And unfortunately, he does fall to Rooney in the final, but honestly, that's an underdog story if you've got one, right? And we said, obviously, Marius, for one, being a massive underdog, his first time being here, but also Belikin, I believe it's his first time being here, and wow, he's performed fantastically.
I 100% agree. This was a really nice tournament to watch. Rooney really did come to play. Belikin, an amazing comeback story. In the lower bracket, he really dominated. Even beat Marius in a strong fashion. Like, if the first game was different, if he got the minor and he won that first game, maybe things might have been different with the momentum, but still, it was a great tournament and great battle.
Yeah, it certainly has. And if you're looking forward and looking towards more great battles throughout University Esports Masters, make sure you do tune in for the other tournaments, obviously, with Rocket League, Valorant, Teamfight Tactics, and League of Legends. And make sure you're up to date with all of our socials. Here are some of the dates, as you can see. Got some fantastic, matches lined up for you for some of the best teams and best players representing their universities throughout all of Europe. Make sure you're tuned for that, obviously, on Twitch, and make sure you're checking out all the socials on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook for all your University Esports Masters needs. But, I believe that is it from us today. I've been Ampulio. I hope you enjoyed the cast, and I've been co-casting with Baha. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. That's all from me, unless you have anything else further to say.
No, thank you. It was great to cast. It's always fun to cast great games with great players. It was a pleasure to cast with you as well. I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. Have a great day.